All right, as soon as we get the live stuff up and running here, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order.
Hey, we're online.
All right, we all set?
We're set.
All right. We're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order at 8:37 a.m. For our first appointment here with Martha, let's go ahead and consider our bills and authorized warrants. You guys have any questions for bills and warrants?
Hey, Willie, what was 225115 to Clinky and Lou? I know it was courthouse repair. What'd we do?
That was window sills. You know, they put that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I need to recuse myself on the
Bills and warrants?
whole, yeah.
On the call. Which item number was that here? Honestly, I don't know that it matters if you recuse yourself from the whole thing, or if you just recuse yourself.
I think you can just say that you have an interest in one thing on the bills and warrants, and I think that would be sufficient.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know what item number it is, you guys.
I didn't see them on there, but let me make sure.
I don't even see it.
I don't even see it either.
Yeah.
It may not be on there.
I don't think there is one.
If we didn't.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
All right, I'd take a motion to approve bills and warrants for May 8th, 2024.
I'll make that motion.
Yeah, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, any questions on the meeting minutes for April 24th?
Hey, Willie, the 7th paragraph that starts with Veteran Service Officer Tommy Whiff, third sentence, way over on the other side. It's, he is recommending that, we should put a "we" in there, maintain a local VSO.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah. Good catch, straight through that, didn't notice.
No.
Yeah, that's good catch.
Yeah.
Just by luck.
All right. If there are no other concerns, looking for a motion to approve the meeting minutes for April 24th, 2024.
I'll make a motion that we approve those minutes.
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we have a few minutes here before we meet with Martha at 9. Let's go ahead and what do you think? Is Sean Brill from Buckhorn going to be here at 10:45?
He's gonna zoom in.
Okay, all right,
That's my understanding.
okay. Should we go through treasurer's report or some of our correspondence stuff like the theater here requests to the courthouse?
Yeah, we can just go through the whole.
Okay, we'll just.
Signature before I forget.
All right. Repeat. Thank you.
Yeah, in your packet was a copy of the treasurer's report.
It's just kind of the same observations I've had before, Willie. Looks like a good ending fund balance for county general fund week on county road and bridge.
Bridge is real weak, yeah.
Yeah, I mean 51,000. It should be double that right now or more.
No, it's, and we just got, or we haven't got it, we just got notice today that we're getting our secure rural school, so that'll be another 60,000 in there.
Oh, good.
Any other?
Did you get our PILT money? Well, Willie, did we get PILT money yet?
No, we haven't.
Okay. I have no further questions right now, Willie.
I don't either.
I didn't either, so. And this is just informational at this point, right?
Yeah. In your package, you'll see there was a request from the theater group to use the courthouse. It's, you know, a little more than, you know, normal use. I thought I'd better bring it to the commissioners. Also, because it's using the courtroom, we gotta have the court sign off on it.
Okay. Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't see any real problem.
I thought it was a really cool idea.
Yeah. My only concern is, do they have to move all the, you know, projector equipment and all that kind of stuff? And do we have a place to move it that it's kind of out of their way?
No, and that's, I talked to Samantha about that a little bit. She didn't seem too concerned. She said, Eric, he's the court administrator for the district. His only concern was that if, you know, it was open, for somebody that either her or Anthony needs to be there.
Okay.
And she, you know, I mean, obviously the other concern is if they have any jury trials or anything scheduled during that time period, you know.
Yeah.
But at this point, she doesn't.
Okay.
So she was gonna talk to Eric, again on Friday. We had a meeting down there and confirm that they were okay from the court standpoint.
Okay.
Yeah, my only concern from the county standpoint is just that, they just be real cautious or careful up there. You know, we spend a lot of money refinishing floors and redoing walls and stuff, that we don't want dragging equipment around or, you know.
Yeah.
Even just spilling things like beverages and stuff while they're doing practices and stuff like that. I mean, it's just.
But otherwise, you know, I think it's great that we make it work.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have any food or beverage inside of the courtroom as a potential juror or during trials, and why it'd be easy to say, just please no food and beverages inside of the courtroom. They can have it in the hallway.
Yeah.
Just right outside if they need to.
That's a good idea.
An easy fix there.
So I have a consensus from the commissioners to allow this.
Yes. Scott, consensus?
Yeah, no, I definitely.
Right. Just making sure. Probably good on the public record that you have a yes from everyone. All right, yeah, not just on here, our town and county meeting on the 20th from 5 to 7.
That put that in there to remind you. I think what we're gonna do is get a sandwich platter from the grocery store or something like that, so we'll have some food.
Yeah.
But just wanted to remind everybody that we had that on the schedule, so.
Okay.
And then in your packet, I put a copy of the special transport permit.
Yeah.
That we're now requiring, and this permit almost single-handedly shut down the EPA. I'm serious.
Really?
But,
They went up for grant, well, they didn't, their hauler went up for.
yeah, that was just one individual hauler, right?
Wouldn't haul in I mean, he filled out he didn't fill out the application, he filled out one line of the application, and then wrote on there that we're not responsible for any damage to the road.
Hmm,
What?
Which state statute says you are.
yeah,
And he refused to do it, so, after several calls with EPA and emails, to ER and discussions, they ended up getting a new
hauling contractor. Wow.
I mean, this is standard CDOT stuff. This isn't,
Yeah,
I mean. He can tell you, trucking, you have to fill these out all the time, correct, sir? Yeah, they're not fun, but they're, you know, it is what it is.
well, and especially because the EPA asked us to come up with this
Correct.
fee hauling schedule too. I don't know what conversations they had with their hauling contractor before. And they had to do this for the town as well.
Right, it's nothing new,
It's nothing new.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
but it's basically just one trucking company
it was just.
that had a problem, right?
And in fact, they found a different trucking company, submitted the application,
Everything's,
turned it around in about 10 minutes, and just as I sent the send button to email it back to them, I got a email from San Miguel, I guess, or it might have been Price State, not sure who actually said, needing a permit to haul in the temporary generator out here.
Yeah.
And I emailed it to them, and 5 minutes they had it filled out and
Well,
sent it back, and nobody even had any questions about it.
I mean, the really good thing about this is now we have it, you know, you just, somebody's gonna do some hauling, you just hand it to them, say, here, fill this out, you know, now we have something very official.
Yeah.
and it's not, something that's a hindrance to doing business or being able to operate. I don't
Yeah, I mean,
know.
Yes.
I don't
Absolutely.
think it's,
I hope not, I mean, it's like we didn't invent this, we copied it from other counties.
Yeah, it wasn't our goal to try and make life harder for folks. It was just to
Yeah.
be able to cover our bases and.
We have
make
to
sure
protect
that-
ourselves.
Yeah. Wow.
And then, I don't know, maybe you might talk about it in your report. I mean, it's, I made copies of the proposed,
Senate bill.
legislation for the,
I think that's gonna be more than a 10-minute conversation, to be honest,
unfortunately, it didn't,
it's good to have this. I don't know.
it didn't go anywhere, but.
Well, I mean, it almost did. It passed the Senate and then didn't pass the House committee. So, and the sponsors of the bill asked that it be postponed and withdrew their support.
Yeah, it went a lot, I mean, at first it looked like it wasn't, and then all of a sudden it kind of caught fire
Yeah,
and took off, and it's like, I mean, it's, Scott, just for your information, it was basically, legislation that would allow for, if you were building out in the county where we didn't provide
Oh,
services.
no, I'm well aware of that one, Willie. I worked on it all weekend, so.
Oh, okay.
I would like to commend Austin for his work on this, on really luckily found out about it and really jumped on it with other commissioners around the state and stuff. It's I really give credit to Austin for jumping on this thing. And then he was able to get a hold of Barbara McLaughlin. I sent a letter to Barbara McLaughlin. She was one of the sponsors that withdrew her support of that. But this is probably one of the worst things I've seen proposed as far as taking county oversight, not only they're saying, well, if there's an old mining cabin there, we should be able to do whatever we want. And then even vacation rentals and stuff in that old mining cabin, or put a yurt up there, whatever, with no county oversight. It was really poorly thought out.
I think even more than that, I mean, I think it has vast implications for basically any property that's on septic.
Yes.
Any property that's well and septic essentially is null and void from county vacation rental regulations on this.
Yeah.
And other, I mean, I think they were going further than that. I think that they were gonna allow, higher density use of septic systems than were permissible and allowed according to CDPHE's regulations and county wastewater regulations. And I just, yeah, I think, I've been working a little bit more on a letter to write, and that I think we should, and I think maybe as the county, we should get together at our next meeting and just come together with a letter and I'll sign it as commissioners and say, these are the problems that we foresee with this, because I didn't even think that the other letters that I read from other commissioners really covered the depth and scale of how screwy this piece of legislation was. It was just, I think, it essentially, one commissioner, George Marlin, had said that they had a subdivision of 80 or 90 homes that would all be null and void for vacation rental, and they were not currently acceptable for vacation rentals, and that was a big area of affordable housing for their community, or not even affordable housing, but housing.
Yeah.
And how that could potentially really mess with the balance of housing in these communities around the state.
Well, the language was so vague too. It said, this includes yurts, skiers cabins, hunters cabins. It's like, well, that's what everything is. Not yurts, but you could say that for any of the cabins out there, and they would have no county oversight at all. That really was bothersome.
Yeah, anything in proximity to public lands, essentially.
Yeah. So thanks for getting on that, Austin. That was great.
Yeah, there was they put it to the House committee on Saturday. It was supposed to happen sometime after 10:30, after the regular session was adjourned, and the regular session didn't adjourn until 4 in the afternoon. And luckily the committee was fairly quick in going through some of their other items, but it was like, man, are we gonna be here till midnight waiting for them to talk about this on a Saturday? And everybody kind of got notified and saw that this was coming down on like Thursday and Friday. So it was,
Austin had to hang out all day Saturday on train day waiting to testify, but so he was strung out the entire day, and then he didn't even have to testify because they said, we're not taking any testimony, we're throwing this out.
and honestly, it's better to not have to go through.
Yeah.
To sit and wait than it is to do that. But
thanks for taking your time to do that. It's much appreciated.
Yeah, and that was, man, it's just difficult, everybody was scrambling, trying to figure out how to sign up to testify and how to, I mean, it wasn't too bad. I just log in every half hour on Zoom and see if anybody was even in the room. But
I mean, I just think about, all the restrictions we put on the force load up here because of the, potential avalanche danger, and essentially
that all gone away.
No
Yeah.
matter you are in the county.
Yeah, it's gone because of the state.
Field day.
Whatever you want to, and it's like, well, and I think one of the language, part of the language in here said something that, an emergency services will have difficulty responding to these places anyway, and it's like, but they're still gonna try to respond, and if they have to go through, 12 avalanche paths to get there, and you're gonna allow rentals to people that, in some cases, would have no clue to what they're getting into.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I had trouble getting my head around what they were even hoping to accomplish.
And these folks too, the proponents of this bill saying, oh, we need this opportunity to be able to what did they say here? I want to read it directly from them because I don't want to misrepresent it here. Um, And anyway, they were just saying, that everybody deserves to have an opportunity to experience country hut and whatnot, and it's like, there's more opportunities now than there ever have been. I was trying to think about how many structures we've had permitted as vacation rentals in the last 20 years, that didn't exist before. I mean, there's more opportunity now than ever to say that this to me was clearly just someone had friends in high places, and since Gunnison County and other counties were imposing what they perceived as hardships, but was just the standard regulations, they thought they could just overrule it by getting things passed at the state legislature level to overrule county regulations. And the absolute craziest one to me is that I think a lot of this came over one cabin that's in Gunnison County, and it was over septic regulations that are handed down by the state.
They wanted to overload the occupancy, that would have overwhelmed the septic, and they just wanted to bypass that. And the weird thing was too, is, Austin was just saying, they said, oh, we want people to experience the backcountry at our place and this and that. But what it really boiled down to was a bill that would benefit them, because they had lost rental money because they didn't want to go with county regulations. When the county says we're going to regulate, they said, no, we're going to have a bill passed that'll benefit us. So it wasn't going to benefit anybody else.
And they could upgrade their septic system.
Wouldn't be that hard. Perish the thought.
All right. Okay, well, maybe we did cover that in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Putting together the letter.
Yeah, I just, cause this is gonna come back around.
Yeah.
Cause it's gonna be indefinitely, but they're gonna try next year to come back around and pass it again, and
I think it's a
need
good
to band
idea.
together and make sure that it does not come back around, because this is just bad legislation.
It is.
And then, we've got just a minute here, the other thing I put in your packet is just a reminder that the Attorney General is gonna be in town tomorrow, meeting at 9 o'clock for general discussion, and then at 10:15 for the natural resource damage monies.
Yeah. I think it's important that, and I know that we're talking about natural resource money predominantly with Phil, but he's gonna, tout, and I think we should bring this up to him, because I think that this would mean, this piece of legislation would mean litigation from many counties in Colorado.
Good.
And his office would be affected, so I think it's important to, he probably isn't even aware about this piece of legislation, because it was introduced in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, are there any issues besides our natural resource damage money that we should bring up with Phil in our meeting tomorrow?
I was trying to think of things, and I couldn't think of anything. Willie, you got any ideas on that?
Now, the one thing I hadn't thought on, but actually read where the Attorney General has no authority over her ability to do anything with it. It's just this whole thing with Anthem and hospitals, especially, our part of the state where we don't have other health providers, and Anthem, and I mean, essentially right now, Anthem, the contract is expired with
Mercy.
with Mercy, and
Yeah, I
Hey,
couldn't believe it.
Bruce, yep.
I can't, yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
big deal.
Yeah, the Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield dropped primary care provider service to children at the pediatric practice because it's associated, so.
Yeah.
Anyone on Anthem Blue Cross
Yeah,
for their kids,
that's a lot of people.
yeah, it's a lot of people. Yeah, I think it's worth bringing up anyway, and just,
It probably would hurt.
Yeah.
Throw it out.
I'm interested in hearing some of his other things. He was pretty passionate about cyberbullying, and I'm interested to see kind of what headway he's made in that regard. And he's pretty tied to the opioid epidemic too, and has kind of vowed to try and impact that. So I'm curious. It's a little farther reaching than just our community, but I'm interested to see what else he has to say about it. Is there any need to talk to his office about road stuff, or just about enforceability of these contracts that we've just signed? I don't really feel that there is.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Just this is one of my always my little pet things. Who requires us to do when an accident happens on federal, county, state lands or whatever? Whose rule is it that the county has to do the autopsies? Because it's really I feel like for a little teeny county that's 87% public lands, it is an undue burden, especially when you have 7 or 8 fatalities. Is that something we could bring up to them, or is that even a state issue? I assume it's a state issue. It must be, I don't know what branch it is, Colorado Department of Health or whatever.
We could bring it up. I think in order to get that changed, though, I feel like that's a legislation issue.
It would take, I'm sure.
That's so that we'd probably do better to talk to our
Talk to like Barbara or something.
And some other folks about that. But yeah, it certainly would be nice. It wouldn't be a bad idea to talk to them about it. And they have made some changes. I did see something on CPW's website, the cabins and the structures that they've rented in the past, they haven't paid county lodging tax on. And we don't have anything in our county from that, but CPW has been collecting revenue for lodging rental and not remitting county lodging tax, which I was sense, but okay. But they had a banner on their website that said, from now on we'll be collecting county lodging tax and taxes on. So okay, so I don't think. Yeah, I feel like that's a piece of legislation, but it wouldn't be a bad thing. We can bring it up because I think it'd be nice to have an advocate in the Attorney General's office for that legislation if we do pass something.
Because that's probably cost us 20 or 25,000 in some years, wouldn't you say, Willie?
Oh, probably not that much, but we probably, on a bad year, it's probably cost us 10,000.
10,000, okay. It just seems like there's you have the cost of the autopsy, you have the cost of the lab tests, all kinds of different things. So it just kind of adds up.
And we should keep in mind too that's just the final cost, or one of the pieces of the final cost.
Right.
Those kinds of operations always require a lot of manpower from our emergency services offices too, sheriff's office, search and rescue,
Huge.
ambulance.
Yeah,
those aren't costs that are being passed down to any other entity. And
how many personnel would you estimate were on, like say the ATV rollover or the incident in Ice Lake with Jerry Roach, or even the Ophir stuff? Would you say 30?
I mean,
Austin,
when you start involving helicopters in operations like that, it's a lot, and a lot of that cost of the helicopters is covered by the search and rescue fund.
Sure.
If people have hikers cards and things like that, but I don't even want to get. I don't even want to think about how much it costs to
Oh, it's phenomenal. I mean, if you put
go
20
through
or
all
30
the billing
people out
and
in the
things like
field,
that.
I mean, that's a lot of dough as far as time lost and things like that. So And I do feel like, the money we get from the federal government, SRS and, PILT, that's based on, didn't we say that, talk about this before, it's based on population, Willie?
Problem.
The
Yeah.
problem is it's not based on the summer population, which is probably 3 to 4 times more than our winter population. And that's what it should be based on.
Or even just on visitation and
Yeah.
traffic versus population.
Yep.
All right, I think we've gone far enough out of our way here. Let's get back on track here. Martha and Chrissy, if you guys would like to join us for social services update.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for having us again. Beautiful day. We don't have a lot today, which is probably a good thing. Let's start with the financials, which, if you have transmittal number 3 in front of you, those are the financials for social services for March. And pretty typical as far as some payments to La Plata County for staff time, and then also the typical $2,000 that goes to support core services here in San Juan County, so therapeutic services. And then, the funding to pay Chrissy and her benefits. And then there was also a credit card charge for part of the CCI conference. So I'm going to go to that at the end of May, I guess, end of this month. And so I split those costs between San Juan and La Plata. And so my registration fee is in there too. So that's the first page. And then the second page is the profit and loss through March. So of course, that's just a quarter through the year. And it did have the turnaround that we always look for. So again, the most helpful number to look at is the one at the second from the right on the bottom line. And so that shows that through March, we had almost $5,800 more in revenue than we had in expenses. And that was a big turnaround from the month before. And that's because property taxes start coming in. So we were allocated almost $6,000 in property taxes in March. And so we are running positive right now with our revenues ahead of our expenses, which is always good. And then the last page, which is for the state fiscal year. So that shows where we are with the allocations from the state in the July through June. And it's the typical ones. The ones that are highlighted are the ones that will be overspent in childcare. That again will get balanced out with those Colorado Works funds that we have. Child welfare, because we have the child welfare 80/20, and then the line right below it is child welfare 100%. So that means that the 80/20 is 80% state, 20% county, and then the 100% is 100% state. So those will actually get rolled together when the state does close out in June. And then we'll also probably be slightly overspent in child welfare overall, and will be bailed out statewide right now. All the small and medium counties statewide are looking like they'll be what they call made whole at closeout, which means some counties underspent, some counties overspend. And so when the state gives child welfare across all those counties, the underspending gets shifted to the counties that overspent. So we'll be fine with child welfare.
That ends June 1st, doesn't it? The state fiscal year end in June.
It ends June 30th. Yeah.
Okay, but we're already essentially we broke even with our allocation and expenditures. So, but you feel like we'll be able to be covered all the way through the end of June then?
We will.
Okay.
Yeah. So with the child welfare one specifically, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's the child welfare 80/20, but then also underneath it, there's the child welfare 100% line, and we still have almost 2,000 in there. And so those will be combined. And then once those are combined, then right now the state's projecting there will be enough money statewide to cover all the
Shortfalls.
small, medium-sized counties.
Okay.
So, which is good.
Yep.
The core 100% is the same thing as far as we spend down our 100% core, which is state money first, and then we get more into the 80-20. We'll be fine with core because those two basically get combined also. And then the one that is LEAP that says we spend it all, that's true. We have two different funding streams for LEAP. And so we just spend all of one first and then we go into the other one, and you see the other LEAP one, we have $19,000 left in, which we're pretty much done spending for LEAP for the year. So we are fine with our state allocations also.
On that second LEAP one, when you have a remaining 20,000, are we allowed to carry that over?
That is money that the leap year is the leap year, the low income energy assistance program year is the federal fiscal year. So it goes from October through September. And
Okay.
so there aren't any LEAP benefits that people receive during May through
Oh, I
October.
got you.
But we can, that money we can also use for what they call outreach. And so Kristen and I will be talking about, do we want to stock up on, last year we bought a bunch of grocery bags that she could give out to people that had the LEAP information and the number on it. And so we can actually use it to get things like that ahead of next season. So we wouldn't be able to pay any benefits, but no one will be receiving benefits during that time. And if there's things specific to LEAP that we can sort of do some advertising for LEAP or stock up for next year, we can do that.
Okay.
Any other questions on the financials? I always appreciate you all looking at those.
I don't have any. Are you ready for a motion, Willie? Or Austin?
Yeah.
I make a motion that we accept transmittal number 3 in the amount of 91.97 and 1 cent.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thanks very much. And then this isn't a fancy announcement, but we'll have the fancy plaque to go with it in a couple months, is San Juan County. Chrissy, again, was recognized for distinguished performance for the calendar year of 2023, which means San Juan County met the state's measures for some child support measures, for some Colorado Works measures, a SNAP measure. And so they used to recognize those at the summer CCI conference, but a lot of the social services people aren't there. And so the state people will be, they plan to come sometime this summer with a plaque like they did last year, where they brought cupcakes and the plaque. So thank you for Chrissy.
thank you.
for
Nice job.
staying on top of all that. So those are my things, and then any updates from Chrissy.
I just have two little things. So, LEAP ended the end of April, so that is done until November. And if you guys want numbers, they're not quite out yet, but I can get you application numbers if you guys want that from this year and previous years. And then just an apartment update. We may be having an available apartment, in September. So I will be getting on the wait list and contacting people and letting them know that we will have an apartment available. It is a 60% 1-bedroom apartment, so they will have to qualify by income. But
How big is that
first
waiting
one-
list? Is it huge?
I think right now I have 8 or 9 people on it. But some of them are really specific. They need a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment. They need market rate only. They need income qualifying only. So this one, it's a 1-bedroom. So, only 2 people can live in there. But I do have at least 2 people on the wait list that are looking for a 1-bedroom income qualifying apartment. So we should be able to fill that right away. But that's it.
Great, yeah. Any questions? Anything else for us?
Because we were talking about legislation a little bit earlier. Did anything come down the pipeline that's gonna adversely impact social services, or do we know yet?
It was actually a very busy, like it always is, legislative session. But it wasn't too bad. I think something that worked to our advantage in social services this year was that there was an interim committee of which were run through the committee, and then most of the others were actually run by individual. social services. The biggest unknown still is one on childcare, which the federal rules regarding the childcare assistance program changed in the last few months, and so now Colorado's gonna have to do some catch up to meet those rules, but Colorado is asking for a 2-year waiver to implement all those new rules, and they're great rules for families because more kids will be eligible for childcare. Out of allocation. Probably we'll see more of that over the next year to 2 years as those things get start to be implemented, and that would be statewide. It would really impact all counties in the same way as far as a lot of counties would have to put wait lists in place, because it was things like making some kids what they call presumptively eligible, as far as like if their parent works for a child care center, then their parents' income would not be counted, and so then more kids would be eligible for child care that way, if that parent's income's not counted in the criteria. It could be some things that basically so if a child goes to child care, then Human Services pays their share of it, but they're switching it to being based on enrollment. So even if the child is there, the child care would be paid for, which is great for providers, and it's great to keep spaces open for kids. It'll just be more expensive because say a kid is signed up for childcare 5 days a week, but they don't make it a couple days a week. We'll still be paying for all the 5 days, and right now we'll just pay for the days they attend. So it's good things for kids and families and providers, but just will be more expensive.
So Scott, are you having some difficulties?
There were several times where it glitched and I didn't hear the whole conversation.
We'll try to speak a little louder. I know there's a couple times when you were speaking, they kind of warmed up a little bit, but.
Essentially it just paused and there was no audio, no anything. All I had was I could see Martha, but the whole thing just glitched and it just stopped.
Okay, if you miss something, just yell at us so we can go back and make sure that you don't, that we repeat it.
Yeah, no, I don't think I missed anything, but I just thought I'd let you guys know it is glitching.
Yeah, on this side, everything looks good, so we're not seeing it.
Hey, Dennis, did you get anything?
I was getting the same as you, Scott.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't just me, it was just the whole thing.
Correct. It was,
Okay.
now it looks like they're froze.
Yeah, it's freezing up, Willie.
Sorry.
Okay, welcome back. Can you guys hear us now?
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah, the system dropped for a minute.
okay.
Was there anything else from the legislative session that you all heard about that you're wondering about? Because right now, nothing's really coming to mind, which I take as a good sign. There's nothing I'm particularly alarmed about.
Not for social services.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about Senate Bill 213, which would drastically affect counties, but it doesn't affect social
So
services.
plenty of other things. too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think there should be a rule about, I know they can only submit bills no later than the last 3 days before the session, but even that's so late. And then it seems like the closer you get to the end of the session, the shorter the bill should be. Like, no bill should be longer than 5 pages after,
Well, this one for 4 pages
pages, but-
would have drastically affected us, so.
yeah.
I feel like, I mean, there's a lot of. That goes in from counties and CCI and other folks that, to throw things at us in the last 3 days of the session is I think pretty poor.
I think it's all a strategy.
Yeah, and I
That's
just,
part of the strategy.
I wish, I think there should be more like a 2 to 3 week cutoff, at the beginning of the session, but that's
Great.
probably something we will never have impact on, so.
No. Are any of you going to the CCI conference in a few weeks?
I don't think so, no. It's right after Memorial Day weekend, things just start ramping up from there, it's hard.
Yeah. Well, I'll represent when they do roll call for San Juan County.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys.
Well, did you get this done?
Yeah, do you want me to make a copy for you? Or I'll fax it to you.
all right, and unfortunately, it'll be another 10 minutes before we get to you guys here, sorry. Since it's a public hearing, we have to wait for the actual, a lot of time there, but. Let's see what else we can kind of go through here in the meantime. I think we've been through Senate Bill 213. I think we've been through, what we want to talk to Phil West about. Did anybody make it to the meeting that was, I think, on Monday? That Anthony and I think Jason from Phil's office, were you there for that?
You know, we just had our, the planning group meeting.
Yeah, the planning group meeting, yeah. I've talked with Jake from MSI a little bit about some of their priorities for this. This upcoming funding round here. There's the Gladstone Fen, just a past Gold King. They'd like to do a little bit of remediation work up there and try and reestablish that fen. And they have a couple other, projects on there, but nothing major. Is there anything?
Yeah, kind of the committee's consensus was, we were basically supportive of any project that, we'd actually like to propose a project that is consistent with the, Animas River Corridor plan.
Yeah,
Basically it goes from Lackawanna to the sewer plant type of thing, because that's been on the books for 20 years and,
Yeah.
something that was vanted and stuff. And, we're aware that there's other things out there that are being proposed, but, our feeling were that, before the county could, or the town or county should support those, is that they need to come into our boards and vet them.
yeah,
before our board to.
yeah,
Would sign on.
before we're gonna sign off.
I mean,
on
not
those
that
things, yeah.
there's any requirement, any nonprofit or government agency can put in a proposal, but, because they haven't been reviewed by anybody other than the organizations that are proposing them.
Yeah.
Probably not a great deal for us to come out and support it, to help, really see what they're planning.
Yeah. What, yeah, that's completely fair. Do we? So this. Do we have any plans, or do you think we should try and attend Phil's meeting in Durango? With the water commissioners?
I don't know, I hadn't given that any thought, actually.
Okay, I might reach out to Marcia and see if that's something, and talk to Anthony as well and see if that's something we need to be there for. Also, just for the board to be aware, I think that there'll be a reporter from the Durango Herald here tomorrow as well. For the meeting. And I think
That's always interesting.
yeah, but after our last meeting, our last meeting piqued their interest, and then they weren't there So now they want to be here for this one, and I don't think it'll be as exciting as they think it will be.
I think
Yeah.
Anthony will be going, wouldn't you assume, Anthony would be going to that, meeting, with the, Durango commissioners or, zoom in on it or something? That's kind of what we're paying him to do.
I don't know. I'll ask him though.
Okay,
All right, we got another couple minutes here. Should we?
I've got an update.
Sure.
For you guys. Lindsley, gave us a resignation, but she is gonna, I've contacted, Kim Bonner, who's helped us through, because we've got election, a primary election up in June.
Yep.
She's helped us with we've contracted with her to help us with a couple of elections. And, Lindsley is gonna, put in a couple of hours a day, primarily remotely, just to keep the things up on the day-to-day stuff, the election stuff up to date for us to get through this June election, so.
Okay.
It'll, it's gonna cost us some extra money, unfortunately, but,
Yeah.
and I put a notice in the newspaper for this week, to
Fill that position.
to fill the position. So if you know anybody out there that, might be good for the job, encourage them to put in an application.
good luck in summer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come down to the benches and see if there's anybody that works there that we could steal from you.
Yeah.
Don't be doing that. I've already had a couple people try to do that. Like, don't be robbing my employees.
All right.
We're probably close enough, Austin.
You think we're close enough? 3 minutes in here? Okay, all right. If you guys would like to come up and join us here, we're gonna open this public hearing for Kurt Huff and Terry Alexander for improvement permit sketch plan application to construct a residential cabin and gravel driveway with a bridge over Cunningham Creek and associated utility improvements in the Winnemucca Mill Site MS 563B. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
We're gonna go ahead and have Willie introduce the project here, then we'll give you guys an opportunity to add any comments or tell us anything else, pretty similar to what we did in the planning commission. And we'll open up for public hearing and hear from any members of the public and then continue discussion.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, we have a sketch plan application, improvement permit, to construct a two-story residential cabin with gravel driveway, bridge, over Cunningham Creek and ramp over the historic trainway, line, and associated utility improvements, for the Winnemucca Mill site in Howardsville. The application has, been submitted by, Kurt Huff and Terry Alexander. It's actually, was prepared by, DHM, design and, well-prepared application. The fees have been paid, taxes returned. It is located in the mountain zone district, requires a minimum of 5 acres, which it has. They plan on, drilling for, well for their water, of course, and, on-site wastewater treatment for, wastewater. In my report, I said that I've received no comments from joining property owners. I did have an email this morning when I opened it up. There were 2 comments. One was from Kim Eisner, who has some issues with the project, and one from Casey Carroll, who was requesting additional time because he was concerned about potential where the railroad grade went through, or if the railroad grade went through the property. the proposal, for the structure has been located to, help preserve, or to minimize the visual impact and preserve the view of the illumination. Cultural resource inventory of the site was prepared by Alpine Archaeological Consultants, where they, determined that there were, they encountered 3 sites, one, they considered a contributing site. Their access is going to be off of County Road 2. In order to get that access, they need to actually build a bridge across Cunningham Creek. The avalanche study was prepared for the site, and then some are not located within avalanche zone. And in addition to the improvement permit, they are requesting a vacation rental for the site. The site itself doesn't have any safety issues, and they should, you know, off-road driving shouldn't be a problem. So they should be able to make feature this regulations of vacation rental. Like, or use permit. The planning commission did review this at their last planning commission meeting, and they recommended with conditions, and those conditions are listed in the staff report for approval, conditional approval of both the improvements and the special use permit for the location rental. Adjoining property owners were notified by mail. Public hearing notice was put in the newspaper. Yeah, pretty much covered it.
So the bridge, you guys, obviously. Go ahead.
We should hear from these guys first, and then
Okay.
do the public hearing, and then can do questions, unless you got, if it's something real quick, we could probably.
No, go ahead.
All right. So yeah, if you guys have anything additional to contribute, or anything you want to talk about on this project.
Well, I'm Kirk Huff. This is my brother-in-law, Craig Casto. We're the ones that's kind of going to be at the forefront of this project. So as a nutshell, you know, we don't intend to make a big impact on the community and ruffle feathers. So that's kind of why we chose DHN to represent us and make sure everything goes smoothly. And you know, that's just kind of the goal. It's a beautiful place to put a nice home in and enjoy, you know.
All right, now we've heard from the applicants, let's go ahead and open it to public comment. If we have any members of the public who would like to comment on this project, please do so now. Seeing no comments, I'm sorry.
Probably should point out, I believe both Jeremy and Edwin.
Yes, sorry.
Are your, or, you know, put the application
Yeah,
together.
Jeremy and Evelyn are the DHN consultants we hired. They're here to represent us. So
All right.
on Zoom as well.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hearing no public comment and seeing no members of the public here to comment on this application, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up to commissioner discussion. Commissioner Mosley, you had a question?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, DHM and you guys both, how did it go with the Army Corps for the bridge?
So I think that's a question for Jeremy. He's been working on that. I'll let
That's
you-
not always cut and dried.
Yeah, no, so we've actually completed the Army Corps wetland delineation and worked with the civil engineer to analyze impact analysis, and but we have not submitted a permit request, authorization request to the Army Corps yet, just pending county approval and BOCC approval. But we've done a number of bridge projects recently, and yeah, there's a bit of a process there, but so we're waiting on kind of final approval before we initiate that process.
They're the ones, oh, I brought pictures. They did a project we were part of a couple of years ago that went really smooth. I mean, over the Gunnison or Uncompahgre River in the lake. This is similar to what we're gonna do. They did a beautiful job. It went
Yeah,
off
it's pretty
without a
similar.
hitch.
That's actually a
So-
very similar project that we permitted for that, and then it's actually a very similar size and scale of bridge. The bridge will be a little shorter than that, but pretty similar to what they're proposing here.
So I guess in a
You,
nutshell, we
you
didn't,
picture that bridge up to the camera.
yes. Where is it?
Just hold it up right in front of
In
you.
front of us, so you might, yeah, there you go. That's pretty good, actually.
All right.
He can't really see it, but because the screen's behind him, Scott, so.
Okay, no, I can see it.
Mhm.
Okay, good. All right.
Then that was kind of after it was set. It'll be similar to that. And that being said, we didn't want to do any final process through the Army Corps. We've started, but I mean, you guys kind of hold the cards, so we don't need to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It's also kind of, it also might be a condition that you gotta, for us finalizing this, that you get that.
It is.
You
It has
have
to
access
be.
without,
It has to be.
it has to be, so,
Yeah.
right, is that what the plan?
Yeah, but they'll have to come back to us for final
Right.
approval too,
Final,
so
yeah.
this is kind of that initial approval, and then they'll get all their cards straight and then come back to us for.
Okay.
Yeah, and.
And just-
Sorry, we haven't ordered any of the bridge stuff yet, so I mean, as we're talking about it, it's gonna be tough already to pull this off. There's a possibility we can get done this year, but as Willie was telling me, best case scenario, July before we can start, so.
Yeah,
You know, I don't wanna order a bridge or get materials for.
Yeah, and then just to go back to that, oh, I don't know if you're froze up there.
Are we froze up there, Willie?
Yeah, looks like it.
make sure we're all recording and all that, so, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we're back.
barely left or anything for the minute, but we're back.
Okay. Yeah.
Back on.
But yeah, Pete, if you wanna repeat that question, you know.
No, I just thought, you guys, like I said, I've never done any work with them or anything else, but I am aware of their other building. And I just wanted to know if you wanted to, if this building's gonna kind of look like that.
It's gonna be similar to the same characteristics that we're big into fitting the area. You know, we want to do historic looking, very authentic. We currently own the red building. Actually, you guys have the equipment sitting on our property. Over by where the train 11th and Cement Street, where
Yeah.
the train stops, that red one.
Yeah,
We own that as well, and we also haul them out to you guys. We own
Alright.
H&H Transport, so, you know, we're not new to the community whatsoever.
yeah,
We've got a little bit of roots in here still.
yeah.
Kind of gone through the process of getting a vacation rental set up and ready to go. So
Um. Scott, or can you hear us okay? And B,
Yeah, I can hear you.
you have questions for these guys right now, or?
First thing, is there, anybody, online or in the room that can answer questions about the, floodplain on the map?
It's, our understanding that the floodplain or they were remapping some of the floodplain in that area, but the current floodplain map is not showing that our project or where the bridge crossing as part of the floodplain.
Can you tell me a little bit of flood history? Did you guys do any of that research? And I'm leading into something. I just want to know if you guys have done any of the research on that.
No, we have not done any research on the flood
Okay,
history
and,
in that area.
Either 1969 or 1970, we had huge floods, like in either late September or October, that completely wiped out the Cunningham Gulch Bridge. The problem I have with another bridge on Cunningham is that if you get debris, they act as a dam, and then that dam adds, as it raises the floodwaters higher. And I don't know what the elevations are, but could it get over that far, like towards the house? Could it? I just see potential, and you got to research history. You can't just look at floodplain maps, because a lot of times I don't feel like they're accurate. I think you got to look at history and see. I mean, that whole thing is a debris fan. I'm a geologist, so that whole area is a debris fan. So you've had floodwaters that have come by in many of those areas there. But historically, there have been some really major floods roar out of Cunningham Gulch, and they have taken the bridge out at Howardsville. So if that bridge goes, at least it's if I remember now, it's a cement structure. But if there is some wood or different things on the sides, that debris could wash down to your bridge and easily take it out. And looking at that picture, that bridge wasn't very far above the creek there. I didn't mind that bridge because it's flat. You won't be able to see it from the road or anything. But I do feel like you guys got to look at history to know what potentially could happen on Cunningham Creek there. And if something did happen on Cunningham Creek, your clients are going to be isolated for a little bit.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I would say I've been a part of bridges and dirt world most of my life. I'm third generation, and I do definitely agree with that. So typically, like this Olathe Bridge I was showing you, we do bypasses for if there's issues, and that bypass usually consists of a pretty good sized swell to divert, any debris that sticks on those bridges. And this particular bridge has 6 feet of clearance, and 6 feet by roughly 50 feet long. That can handle quite a bit.
Okay.
And we're planning on that whole south side of the lot. We've got a strip about 2 feet off of that to haul across to the north side, A, for the bridge abutment, and B, just to build the lot up for an armor protection, so we don't have any flooding over there.
What's the elevation of the house side in relation to the elevation of Cunningham Creek? I couldn't discern that.
Well, and we haven't really established that yet. It's definitely going to be a lot higher. I
Okay.
would love to tell you numbers right now, but I don't think I can do that accurately. So
Okay.
Yeah, and Scott, I think we'll, just looking, even though we're not in the map floodplain, but the map floodplain is close to there, and looking at the 100-year elevation there, that's something we would try to target with our elevations for both the bridge and the house. And there is a kind of a natural swale where Cunningham Creek comes out from under the bridge, and then it kind of makes a slight left there, and in that alluvial fan you described earlier, it kind of opens up there, and there has been some kind of historic side channels in those areas that would relieve some flooding. And so I think the goal would be to kind of keep those where they can be activated and not completely wash out the property. Yep.
Just another quick question, and with these satellite images, I couldn't really discern it. Is the old Silverton Northern Railroad grade, is it even on your property, or is it? I couldn't see it. I mean, it looks like, is the house footprint anywhere near that?
I highlighted that for you. I'll hold it up, see if you can see it.
I couldn't see it for some reason.
The toe of the slope is right at the northeastern corner, I guess you can say, and I'll highlight it with X's and purple here. To answer your question, no. Let's see where my
Let's
finger
pull
is.
it up a little closer to the camera. There you go. Okay, so it just goes past the corner there, so it's nowhere near that. So
Yeah,
that's what I needed to know. Okay, and then
we've also got it staked out with T-posts, if you want to get a visual for yourself to drive up there.
Did you guys not bring the road in from the other side just because of easement issues, and that you own the property on the other side? Because I mean, it would be nice if there was no road and bridge. It would be nice if the road, I think, came in from the other side there. But did you guys look at those possibilities?
I would love to go that route. Eric Lawyer granted us an easement through there. Historic Society did not. That was a no-go.
Okay.
So Bev, I talked to Bev earlier, probably about 18 months ago or so, 16, 18 months ago.
Okay. Yeah, I'm embarrassed because I am on the Historic Society board and I don't remember that coming before us, but it could have, and I could have forgotten. So,
yeah, we had quite the,
We tried real hard to get access to that.
yeah, we had a bunch of legal description and Kenny Schaaf survey, and everybody was on board, but Historic Society was not. So we tried our best. And I would still entertain it, honestly, right now, if those chips are still.
I guess that's the question is how I'm looking at the map with the Little Nation Mill building on there. How far up does the Historical Society property go to, as far as the Little Nation property?
So there's a corner. There's a map here in our presentation. It shows.
Evelyn, you got that map by chance?
Bringing it
Yeah,
up.
sure.
Hang on.
Right. That's an older one.
Can you see it? I think she's sharing on the screen here.
Okay, yeah, that's the one I've got in front of me. Yep.
Okay. Did it show the property lines in there?
We had the property lines on there, I think.
So that's the Little Nation property lines right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your guys' border. Eric Lawyer, what's that called?
Rock
CB Cobb, yeah.
CB Cobb. This is CB Cobb right here, Eric Lawyer. He granted us access, which takes up that drive. So basically, Little Nation, we need that. We proposed, Kenny Schaaf had a nice map that went basically kind of turned right there.
Just right off that existing driveway, right?
Yeah,
that Bill Oldham uses.
Right.
You're saying coming in from Ogle's driveway that goes past Little Nation, what's the name of the claim that's, I would call it to the northwest of Little Nation there? I see Ogle's claim. What's the name of the one right next to him? Is that a separate, the reason I'm asking, is that a separate property owner?
Yeah, yeah. Ogle has to go through three owners to get to his.
Yeah, he went through lawyers, he went through the Historical Society, and then whoever owns that claim he went through.
They have the name on here. It's Oscar and Shannon Pavagianiti.
Okay.
It doesn't say that, well, on this map that I'm currently looking at, it doesn't have the name of the actual claim itself, but yeah.
How hard would it be to, I'm just throwing stuff out there. How hard would it be to bring in a road from that side? You know, you'd have to get a little teeny easement off of Ogle's Road, but how hard would it be to bring in a road from that side? It'd make it a shorter road. Looks like less impacted because then you're not doing a bridge or anything like that. Is that a possibility?
Oh, without a doubt. And I wish I had brought our presentation to the Historic Society about a year and a half ago or whatever. We had it all sketched out, and I'll try to sketch kind of what we had on this piece of paper again, but honestly, it wouldn't take much at all.
And, you know, instead of using, I mean, you'd instead of using the Historic Society property to build the road, because I know I'm sure they'd have a problem with crossing the railroad grade, but if you went around the Little Nation, that's a possibility. I don't know. I'm not speaking for them, but it is an idea. And then it would keep that a longer road and a bridge off Cunningham Creek.
This is true. Yeah, I've met with Oscar and his wife a year or two ago, and they seem to be pretty, open to anything. And so I didn't ask him about it at the time, but I would say Bill has been a little on the resistant side about this project. I don't know if he'd have much.
Yeah, I mean, he would see more traffic on his road, especially if you're doing a vacation rental or something like that. But it would alleviate the need for the bridge and the access from the other side.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just
think about reconsidering or anything like that. I know you want to get this thing going, but it is an idea.
Yeah.
I mean, the cost of the bridge is high compared to
the extremely high.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
But basically you're telling you gotta go back and part of the historic again.
That way you have to redo all of it again.
I mean,
it's not even Historic Society, really. You'll be crossing. I guess, hey, Willie, if they're doing a vacation rental and there's, Ogle already has that easement across there. Do they have to talk about the Historic Society about going across their land to access their land for the vacation rental and just the house? Do they have to do that? Or because Ogle already has an easement, does that give access to all the landowners? I'm not familiar.
It would depend on how the easement was actually written and shown on the plat. If the easement is just specific to Ogle to use, then any other use would, and Dennis can answer this better than I can, any other use would have to get an easement as well.
Okay.
Well, and so I do know Bill and Julie did not have a theirs is a non-exclusive easement. So they really, they have easement access, but it's non-exclusive.
Okay.
So,
and let's say the society, would you have to get permission from the society also then? It's just a question.
Yeah, and that's what we originally started down the road with, and it was pretty difficult.
All right.
I guess where we're at too is we've owned this property for almost 3 years and I'd really like to get started. I don't mean to be
It's been
blunt about it.
tons of money
Yeah,
to get.
Oh, I'm looking
This
at these
far.
engineering studies and things like that for sure.
yeah.
Just, so, yeah, and I apologize for not remembering that that was brought before the society. I don't remember it.
Gotcha.
Do you think there's a possibility it wasn't brought before the board, Scott?
I don't know. It's one of those things you say, I can't remember everything, is that defense or was it just brought before a couple members of the society and never brought before the board? I mean, that's
You
always
guys
a
remember
possibility.
an actual board meeting at the archives?
Yeah, I just
That's
don't
not an
remember it.
official.
Yeah.
I don't
It's not an official,
really
yeah.
don't remember it.
It sounds, Scott, like they didn't come to an official historic board meeting at the archives, so there might be a chance to do that.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, did you guys come before the board at all, or did you just send like a email to Bev?
No, it was an email through Bev and talking to Bev.
In person.
And in person.
Okay, to me, anything like that should be this is just my own opinion, should be a board decision.
I think I tend to agree with you, Scott. I'm
Yeah.
not a member of the board, so.
Yeah, I just, hey, Dennis, is it okay if I'm wearing two hats in this discussion
Uh,
or not? You should stop me now if I should not be.
today you're just the Board of County Commissioners, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I do want these guys to be aware that I am on the board. So is that are we doing, when we talk any of this kind of stuff, is it conflict of interest or is this okay to discuss that?
I think you feel like you can differentiate the two different roles in your role here today as Commissioner?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you've disclosed it, and if at any point you feel like you can't, then take appropriate action.
Yeah, and you guys have already answered some of my questions, like where the railroad grade is. That would have been a worry. My original worry was like, your road was going to come through those refuse dumps, and stuff, and that's not happening and stuff like that. So, and there are really, it doesn't look like many other archaeological sites on the site, besides the Little Nation tram cables. I think it's admirable. You want to just put a little bridge over those. I think that's a really good idea. So yeah, I can definitely differentiate, Dennis. It's just, I didn't want to throw a wrench in things and say, even though the society was contacted, I do not remember this coming before the board.
Yeah, and I don't think you're acting on behalf of the society right now either.
It's just a comment more than anything.
No, I disclosed, and if that any interferes with your duties here today, then take appropriate action.
Okay. Yeah, stop me anytime, Dennis.
To me, it sounds like, obviously, it didn't, you didn't go to the archive building. You
No.
didn't go in front of the whole board. I'm not a member of the board. I'm just
Yeah.
stating what you guys remember, right?
Yeah.
And Bev is a definite senior member of the thing, but I think there's a chance to go before the board. If I'm speaking out of turn, let me know, and you might be able to eliminate the bridge.
I think it'd be worth.
Oh, it'd be worth, that's a ton of money.
Yeah.
And
Well-
that board, when they're whole, there's new members and everything else. It's not just one member.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to be doom and gloom here. I think this might be a real good thing for everybody.
It's just something to think about. I know you guys want to kind of get going on your project, but it would help alleviate. And there's no guarantees, you put your project on hold and then go to the society. The society could say, no, we're not for it. So then you're starting over again.
I don't know what the commissioners are gonna do as far as approval today or not, but
Yeah.
even if, you know, if they approve it as submitted and you move forward, you can continue down that path until you have final approval.
Right.
You know, if you come in with a change at the last minute,
Yeah.
you know, I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
That'd be a good
that's
change.
not gonna slow you down any.
I think we're gonna pursue the bridge at this
We
point.
just had so
because
much pushback.
This,
you know,
I see
last
being a
years.
problem with Ogles and a vacation rental.
I
And
got you.
Okay,
with
so there's other
Little
issues.
Nation, I mean, if I'm being honest with, if I present it in front of the public and everybody else, I think if we're using a vacation rental to use their road by your Little Nation, I foresee that being a problem, honestly.
Okay.
I mean,
It's
just
more
from
than this society.
Did you guys,
society.
was there any letters from Ogle? I mean, have you talked to Ogle? Did they protest this or anything? I mean, Willie said there was nothing from any of the landowners.
We didn't receive anything, which
Okay.
kind of surprised me actually.
And this is just a comment, is that and it's just something observational when you know, it happens just with the owners sometimes, but if you put a vacation rental in a historic site, it's like ants in an anthill. Those people will spread out looking for things, and like all those artifacts they talked about in that little dump there. I admit they say it was like a dump from the 50s or something like that or whatever. But all that stuff's going to disappear. And I'll give you a great example. I was on a shouldn't say I was, but I was on a porch of a cabin vacation rental in the Red Mountain District, and that porch was covered in artifacts that have been taken off other sites, brought back as treasures, and then just left on the porch when they left. I call it the anthill syndrome. They take everything within a radius. That's just something that happens with vacation rentals. Just an observation.
Yes, and Scott, and one thing, we talked about with Alpine, kind of regards to the report that they provided, and that is just putting some some signage, some interpretive kind of signage, or something in the vacation rental that makes people aware of that, and at least kind of can potentially hedge some of that.
Yeah, leave it where you find it.
Exactly.
Let the next family enjoy it or something like that. So.
Yeah. And so that's something we talked about. And I think that, Kirk and Craig were up for something like that, something simple that just makes people aware.
Okay. All right. Have you guys done did you do your drill studies yet for the leaching field? I don't remember seeing that either. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because of the proximity to Cunningham Gulch, and the groundwater table is going to be there running down to the Animas. So this one has to be done well. It's just observation.
To answer your question, no, and that's another thing, kind of back to the bridge. We didn't want to start that until we got approval, and we are aware it's definitely more than 30% rock, and it'll be a sand pressurized system. And
okay,
we do have an engineer. He's got his letter of an intent for that. So. Yes, we are aware of that, and we will do that if approval is done. So.
This is kind of a question for Dennis. Are we going to be allowing a precedent to happen by okaying a bridge? I know we've turned one down, kind of down across from the tailings there. Guy wanted to put a bridge across the Animas there. It wasn't well thought out. Are we setting a precedent by okaying a bridge? Because there's a lot of properties, especially across the Animas, different things, even Cunningham Gulch could happen, where people would want to build a bridge to access their properties. Are we setting a precedent for that, or is it because it's use by permit, and we're looking at it individually by each one? Are we not setting a precedent?
I don't think you're setting a precedent, because in each application, you're considering all the different impacts of all the different aspects of the project. And if one of the requests is a bridge, the board should be considering impacts of that bridge for each project that comes up. So I think you're doing the right thing, and then of course, falling back on potential floodplain regulation, and also falling back on potential issues with Corps of Engineer. I think it gives you a lot of latitude to approve or not approve bridges.
Right, because we gotta wait to see if the Corps of Engineers would even go for this, so.
Sure. And then the floodplain is a big deal, because obviously, as you know, if you build anything within the floodplain, then you're looking at things much more closely in terms of impact on the waterway and all that. But
Sure.
to answer your question, no, it's a case by case analysis, including the bridge. It's the same way you'd look at a road if somebody if somebody wanted to put basically a road that you didn't agree was necessarily safe. You're analyzing that road for the application itself, and not doing a precedent or creating precedent.
Okay. I think the last issue I had was, I like your avalanche study. That's a bad boy that comes out of Hematite Gulch. I have seen, the bridge, over the Animas there, buried under about 20 or 30 feet. To those lines, is that a debris line, or is that an air blast line? Because that air blast, where those trees are on the southern part of the bridge there, I've seen avalanche debris on the other side of those trees. So that line, if it's where the avalanche debris is going to go, it's wrong. I've seen air blast materials way out in the field there. So does that take into effect some of that?
I believe that's just a debris line, but we'd have to confirm with the specialist that did the report.
Sure. And this brings up the other question, and this is for my fellow commissioners too, is that these guys are asking for the approval of a vacation rental in an area where, and we could argue it could happen anywhere, but again, we have the two major slides right there at Howardsville, the Pride and the I can't remember, what's the other one called. It'll come to me in a sec. Do you remember, Austin? What's the other one's name?
Ugh. I don't remember what the one's name is,
Brendel
but I
Gulch.
know which one you're talking about.
The one that comes out of Brendel Gulch, I think.
Yeah,
What are
probably just Brendel Gulch.
Okay, there's Brendel and Hematite Gulch. Your clients are going to have to cross those two paths to get there. Are you guys setting up any kind of thing? Because I've seen it time after time where vacation rental people aren't necessarily anybody who has a clue about the backcountry. A lot of them are, but not all of them. Let's say, we're in a high avalanche danger, maybe not extreme, but high. Those slides could definitely run across the road. Are you guys doing anything where, like, say somebody's going to rent and you have a big storm barreling down? Are you going to say, give them some kind of warning or something like that? Because otherwise, some of these people are just babes in the woods, as far as avalanche danger.
The plan was not to rent it during the winter.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be conducive.
Okay.
We've
I
talked about
apologize.
that.
I actually read that wrong. I thought you guys were looking for winter vacation rentals too.
Originally, but as things are progressing, as we're talking about it, keeping the snow plowed, it's gonna be on a well, it's gonna be on a septic system to get housekeepers, etc. I don't see that the value's there to do that.
Right. I think people would probably rather stay in town than, I was thinking about that. It's in the summer, because there are potential for so many clients, it makes sense. But in the winter, I was kind of wondering about that. So that alleviates my fears of rental people crossing those big slide paths, and there's multiple ones all the way out from town. So I think that just alleviates what I was thinking. So that's really all the questions I have. You are kind of locating in a historic district, of course, but I think you've gone to some good means to try to disguise it. And keep it lower to break up the angles and stuff and using materials that aren't quite as visible. I thought Ogle did a good job of that. I like the fact that you're gonna preserve the tram cables and maybe ask your clients not to be taking all the artifacts. The last thing I had is, there is a little wetlands there and you're putting the road above that. Is there any worry about cutting off water to that wetlands by putting in that road? Do you think that's going to affect that wetlands?
Which are you looking at the wetlands right adjacent to the creek there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
looked like the road was going to be on the uphill side of that. Are you guys worried about that at all?
That wetland looked like it was primarily a groundwater charged wetland, and so
Okay.
we're
Close to the water table.
yeah. It was, kind of dominant Elk's Edge emergent
Okay.
wetland, so I think that should be fine.
Okay. And as far as wildlife, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the moose love your area right there. And they're moose are a little different. I don't know if it's going to be as impactful because you see them walking in town here and at the campground and stuff. They don't seem to give a crap because they're so big. They're not worried about anything. So other things maybe, but not the moose. So that's all I got, Austin.
I just had one other thing to bring up with you guys that we didn't talk about at the planning commission meeting. I think everything else that we brought up at the planning commission meeting has been brought up here too. But there's not many people. There's maybe 5 people in San Juan County who whitewater kayak that stretch of Cunningham Gulch and put in just upstream of the Cunningham Bridge and float down into the Animas River as just a little connector. There are people who, the majority of it is just it's the 2-minute drive into the river for that extra little whitewater splash. The initial thing, do you guys care about people coming down that creek and floating down through there? And really the main issue is if there was any wood in the river, would you mind if somebody goes in the river and cuts it out?
I mean, I think maybe the thing to do with that is I've been a part of whitewater parks and we have to put signs on the shore bank, respect our property type of thing, or
Sure.
That's something to that effect. I'm good with going down the waterways, as I don't see a problem with it, seeing as how there's only 5. I
was gonna say I can name them all on one hand.
I was gonna say, I've been coming up here since I was a little tyke and I've never seen.
It happens for, the water's only flowable there for 2 to 3 weeks of the year, probably, for that too. So it's like, and honestly, I haven't run it in a number of years because one year we came down and there was a cable that had washed down from stream and it almost decapitated the person in front of me. And it was pretty gnarly. So I don't even know that anybody's actually continuing to do that after that experience, but I certainly haven't done it in a couple of years now, but just want to see how you guys feel about it, and if there's anything
like I say, our
our
goal is not to ruffle feathers.
We're here to provide more enjoyment, not decrease it.
All right.
So, yeah.
I'll at least have a conversation with that handful of people and just let them know that there's development going on there and that we might need to help with some signage or something. Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
All right.
The other thing I could, I don't think it's a problem, but you guys are going to be, and I think it's great that you guys are going to put in an underground service line. And it doesn't look like it's going, and I'm sure the archaeologists, I assume, staked that or something to make sure there were no archaeological sites along where you guys going to be digging that trench or anything like that.
Trench for utilities, or
for the utilities coming from Ogle's power pole. Aren't you guys going underground from Ogle's
right.
power pole?
Yeah, it doesn't appear that there's any. Jeremy, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think there is, but we can double check that just to confirm, and if there is, we can stake those. So
okay. Hey, Dennis, I got a question for you, and you guys will have to fill me in. I think I'm still correct. isn't there still one tram line, that is still up in the air at the Little Nation? Did you guys, and the reason I'm bringing that up, one of those cables has snapped before and it's on the ground. So I think you guys need to be aware that these cables sometimes get old, and where should we go on liabilities or anything like that as far as if one of those cables snap? Is that a historical society problem? Is it your problem because the cable is going across your property? Just a question on that, Dennis.
Boy, you always have the most interesting questions for me, Scott. Are you saying liability to someone off their property or on their property?
On their property, is that a historical society liability because the cable originates out of their building? Is it the property owner's liability because they own the airspace, where the cable is? I've seen a couple instances, that cable is snapped, and then there was, do you remember that, Pete, where that cable snapped up in Cunningham, the Buffalo Boy, and it dropped the cable right on the people's porch, if I remember, of their cabin?
Yep.
Well, first of all, I would say that would be a perfect third year law school question.
That's, and an good insurance agent.
Yeah.
So the most practical answer is if somebody got hurt because of that snap cable, everyone's getting sued.
Okay.
And, so
That's yeah, and that's, I hate to interrupt. I think that's where we're pretty heavy on insurance with what we do. So
Okay. And the reason I
that's a
brought that up
wider.
is all of a sudden there's going to be more
Sure to
people on
have.
the property than there was before.
I think the society would be well advised to look into their potential liability as well for maintaining a structure with a cable coming out of it. I don't know what their insurance situation is, or if they owe some duty to inspect it periodically. That's getting a little bit deep. I'd have to analyze organization and ownership interest and all that stuff. So
I got some muck boots if it's getting deep.
yeah, the long and the short of it is somebody needs to inspect the cables periodically and make sure they're not a hazard to other people.
Okay.
Insurance.
Okay. I will make a note of that one. I don't have any more questions that I can think of, you guys.
Pete, you have anything else?
I think it's all but covered.
All right.
I've got just a couple of questions, just going over the email that Kim.
Yeah, sure.
And I think we pretty much addressed pretty much all the issues with G raised, the railroad flooding, wetlands, wildlife. But I do have a wildlife. You weren't planning on fencing that property, were you? So you're not going to have any fencing to restrict wildlife. But then the last comment is, I see no restrictions, access of unwanted intrusions to my adjacent property. I'm not sure.
It's not even,
I didn't quite follow that one.
What was it, Willie? I couldn't hear you, Willie.
Okay, I see no restrictions of unwanted intrusions to my adjacent property. And I mean, I think the way you do that is you put up a fence, but the fence before that is raising the issue of wildlife, so you don't want to put up a fence.
Right.
but her property has a fence on that side,
So
on a driveway, so
I'm
that didn't really click with me either.
I just,
Yeah, well, I mean, her property is across the road too. She has the property across the road and then she has
Right.
property on their side.
Yeah,
I don't see that as a major issue, but that was the only thing that we didn't touch on.
And we'll be very diligent of marking out our boundaries of where it's accessible for people to go and not.
Yeah, and I think he was in Florida during the last meeting, but we'll have Kenny stake out everything, licensed surveyor, so.
Have a map in our book, in the house and things of that nature of really explaining you know, what's, where they can go, where they can't go.
Yeah.
Acceptable etiquette.
Yeah, I
And
think,
you
you
may-
know, it's, in some ways, I think that it's a little bit her responsibility to mark out the trespassing signs on her own property boundary as well.
Well, and the same with the historical society. You know, if they don't want people getting near the mill or something, they should probably post it. We've actually had multiple break-ins in the mill. Not saying your clients are gonna do that, but we have had, you know, and that's with Ogles right there, you know, and he's got cameras, but we have had people break into the mill. So society needs to post that maybe a little better.
You know, I mean, I think from a practical standpoint, the more people you have up there, whether it's, you know, residents in the house or people, you know, using it as a vacation rental, I think it actually cuts down
On the crime.
the crime and the
Yeah.
intrusion because, you know,
Don't have random side-by-siders coming in or something.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
and-
there's a gate there now too. That and Ogle's been real good about helping us protect the Little Nation building. So
I had one comment. If the board does move forward with approval, on either or both fronts in terms of the improvement itself, and the use as a vacation rental, I would like to see us start including the indemnification provisions in all of the projects that, are located in potentially dangerous areas. I'm not that concerned, but I think it is nice to have in there, that the applicant indemnifies and holds the county harmless from any actions related to the approval of the project or the use of the project after approval. And just because, like I said before, something happens, everyone gets sued. And I know that the county is very careful, but is also always walking this balancing act between approving in certain areas and wondering if they should or shouldn't, due to public safety issues. So my suggestion would be, let's include an identification in all such, as a condition in all such approvals, if you decide to go that way.
One more thing.
No, you're good.
Sorry,
You're
guys.
good. You're good.
The just wanna, you know, I'm sure you guys know, you guys have owned the property for 3 years. You've seen what it's like out there in the summertime in July, and just the air quality is not
Pretty
that
dusty.
great. It's
Yeah.
pretty dusty out there. Just make sure you guys are kind of aware of that. And
it's noisy.
I don't believe that there's gonna be heavy hauling going through there this summer. But the EPA has been doing heavy, at least last summer was doing heavy hauling all the way through October. Through there, and we've been trying to work with the EPA and get better solutions for mac chloride and maintaining the dust control on that road, but it's difficult with all the traffic that heads through there.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, we own a construction business as well. Maybe we want to do a partnering thing with mac chloride. I'm fine with something like that too, to, you know, help keep the peace with her, but.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no,
We're easy to get along with, you
All right.
know, I want to work with everybody as long as, you know, everybody's willing to work with us. So.
it's more just like an awareness thing more than anything else, but yeah, just, yeah.
And the
Yeah.
other thing is noise, dust and noise, because
Yeah.
you are close to the road and you are close to rock pirates who are renting out ATVs. So
Yeah, just it may be something for your guests too. Like the one thing that we've all learned, you know, is you follow the posted speed limit and you keep it under 20 miles an hour on that road. The dust is significantly better. If you
If you follow the
just-
rules.
if you're following the speed limits out there, then the dust problem is significantly mitigated, but not everybody follows it, you know. That's all I had. And if there's no further discussion, I'd be willing to entertain a motion.
I think you guys got your hands full, lots of conditions.
Yeah,
you know, you're up against it, so with the Army Corps and everything else, but I would entertain a motion.
Yeah.
For the, are we ready for one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, go and make the motion.
For the improvements, permit sketch plan, application to construct a residential cabin, gravel driveway and bridge over Cunningham Creek and associated utility improvements on the Winnemucca mill site,
With the conditions listed.
with all conditions.
With the condition,
Plus,
recommended by staff and the planning commission plus additional indemnity.
From the lawyer, right?
yeah, indemnification. All right,
I'll second.
all right. All in favor?
I,
Motion passes, and then do we want to do a separate motion for vacation rental permit at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we have a motion.
Yeah, no motion.
Okay, motion for the Winnemucca mill site for the vacation rental piece of this with all conditions met and then indemnifications.
I'll second.
Wait,
Like,
I think probably we need to add an additional condition, that it only be operated.
summer only,
Yes,
Something like.
yeah.
I
summer
agree.
only,
Just-
Yep.
just
with
fill that out.
condition of summer only.
And if you guys decide you want to do it in the winter, come back and we can talk about those.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Conditions, yeah,
Yeah, as long as we can, you know, get a
yeah,
vacation.
all right. And any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
I,
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you guys.
I know-
Yes.
this-
Appreciate your guys.
I know it's a lot of conditions. but Appreciate you guys' diligence and your thorough application. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
no, appreciate that.
Thank you, guys. Are we got minutes here in the morning? It's a pleasure.
You're always welcome to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, take care, guys. Yep. Yep.
All right. Yeah, we're late now, so, moving on, we're gonna call our next, public hearing for, improvement skip permit plan for constructing cabin and gravel driveway, septic system, water storage tank, and associated utility improvements on the Tennessee Road, MS 5985 for applicants Thomas and Jacqueline. Welcome, Tom. We're gonna do the same thing. We'll introduce the project here, and then we'll go ahead and hear from you.
Mountain Studios has submitted an improvement permit application on behalf of Thomas and Jacqueline Bonanno for the development of an 844 square foot cabin with 140 square foot covered deck, gravel driveways, septic system, underground water storage tank, and associated utility improvements on the Tennessee Lode Mineral Survey 5985. The property is located in Minnehaha Creek area and will be accessed by County Road 51. It is in the mountain zoning district, and it sees minimum lot area of 5 acres. The elevation of the cabin is 11,835 feet, so it is because it's over 11,000 feet, it's restricted to 1,000 square foot maximum, and it meets those conditions. Their plans are to deliver potable water to the site and store it on an on-site cisterns. They will do a septic system, an on-site wastewater treatment system, on-site for the wastewater. I have not received any comments from any of the adjoining property owners. The applicant has included a scenic quality report. Yet, I believe they did a good job of minimizing the visual impact for the site. But it isn't. It's located in an area where it's essentially ridge line. It's not. I mean, it's not. But it isn't going to be hidden. Bunch of trees that's right on the edge of timberline, so there are some trees around it, but, again, I think considering the site, I think, they did a pretty good site of, pretty good job of locating it. The access will actually be an extension off the current driveway to the Eastern Star Road. It actually has to cross a strip of BLM land, and they have been in the process of getting an access permit from BLM, and I believe that's all but completed.
Yep.
There is a question, our regulations require that if there's any historic trails on site, they have to remain open for public use. This property may be a little bit different in that there may not be an identified historic trail across site, but it is used for winter recreation, and so there is access, the historic access to the properties in the winter. The applicant would be required to be placed on the town utility billing system for water and refuse. And now this is where it gets a little confusing. Our zoning and land use regulations require that if an applicant has an existing residential property in the mountain zone, the application must be reviewed using the criteria of the subdivision regulation in Chapter 7 or PUD regulation. The applicant does own the Eastern Star Road and has a house on that property currently. So essentially what I did was I went through the final plat design standards for a subdivision to see what other additional regulations the applicant would have to comply with. And actually our land use regulations cover a lot of these issues, just as a standard part. The driveway, again, because it's going through the Eastern Star to access Tennessee, the plat would need to show that as an access easement, so that if the property were sold in the future, that access, we need to make sure that access is guaranteed. The applicant also owns a third claim up there, the Samson Double. He has no plans, or they have no plans to develop that third site, and so the recommendation, and I think they're agreeable to this based on conversation during the planning meeting, is to actually do a land consolidation where the Samson Double and the Tennessee Low becomes a single parcel. The other discrepancy is land use regulations require a 20-foot setback from from public land, and 30-foot setback from private land. And the proposed improvement meets those setbacks. Subdivision regulations require a 50-foot setback. I'm not sure why, when we changed them, our land use regulations or improvement permit regulations, reduced them to 20 and 30, why we maintain the 50-foot setback. in the subdivision regulations. But if you look at the plat, or the application, you scale it out, basically the house would be about 45 feet from the, property line of the, or 45, 47 feet of the property line of the, Eastern Star property. And the planning commission did review this at their last regular meeting. Their recommendation was to approve it with the commission, with the conditions as submitted by staff. The only change in those conditions was that I included the requirement, or the requirement that the Sampson double and the Tennessee low be consolidated in one parcel. Yeah. And also I did point out, actually, Chris Clinton are online, and they were the ones that prepared the application and submitted it. So they're available for questions as well.
And then Jackie is my wife, her and I on the claims.
If there are no other comments from staff, we can hear from the applicant next.
All right, so we bought the claims in the summer of 2020. And the cabin that's on the Eastern Star now is a 280 square foot dry cabin. It's one room. So we're looking to build a better cabin for our family with 2 bedrooms. And we're fine adding the Sampson double into it. We have no desire to build out a subdivision up there or rent it out or vacation rental our property. And we enjoy it. We do have the Bureau of Land Management. I got the receipt. I mailed them the check. My wife and I, we signed in the wrong spot. So they sent us back, and that just got mailed back yesterday. So once they receive that, we should be all good to go to have that BLM access. Yeah, we're up there all the time. You know, I think the 1 year we signed in on the calendar, we had 70 days where we signed in, and we enjoy the property. It's beautiful.
Any other comments from Ashley or Chris or Jackie before we open up for discussion here?
Hey guys, I don't think we have anything in particular. We just want you to know we're here to answer any questions you guys might have that Tom might want us to help out with. So yeah, I think it's pretty well covered in the application, I would say.
All right. Opening it up to public comment. There are no members of the public on Zoom and none here in the room. But if there are any members who would like to speak on this application from the public, please do so now. Hearing none, we'll close this portion of the public hearing and move on to discussion. Scott or Pete, do you guys have any questions? Scott, I have one question for you. Were you able to hear most of what Willie was talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I heard everything.
Want to make sure you could hear all those things about setbacks and things like that, because it's
Yeah, I caught all that. Yep.
all right. Okay.
I have one question, and
You've been there. You did the
thought-
driveway.
I did your driveway, didn't I?
Yeah, you did a little.
So I just looked at you and you looked
Yeah.
familiar. So that was a couple years ago with Bill McDougal, correct?
Yep.
And I improved your driveway, so
That-
I better ask the lawyer.
Is that
Yeah,
a conflict of interest, Dennis? Hey, Dennis, is that any kind of conflict of interest?
He was breaking up a little bit. He was asked to do what to his driveway?
I just improved his existing driveway. It was 3 years ago or,
It was when we bought it, so it was August, probably 2020. You guys probably spent like 4 hours up
yeah, it
there.
was just
You
a half
just
a day
scraped
job.
it, cause
but-
it's had 20 years of rocks falling on it.
Right,
Where the previous owner, I think he would stay in his RV in town. I don't know if he ever actually occupied the cabin frequently.
right.
And also Pete was not a commissioner when he
No.
did that work in.
And I will say, we have had no contact about doing any no contract or
Yeah.
anything else, but I just wanted to make it clear that I have been on the property and I did.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. That's a good idea, Pete, to make that comment to the public. I think that's a good idea.
We've talked to Brian Anderson with 9318. He's the only contractor we've talked to.
So, he doesn't owe you any money for the work you did previously?
Nope.
Okay, and Pete, you're not under contract to do any additional work?
Not at all,
I think you're
Never
fine.
talked to him since then.
no.
I think you're fine, and thanks for putting that on the record.
Scott, Pete, do you guys have any comments or questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I am actually. I'm actually a little disappointed with both the planning commission and Willie for allowing this to go forward. It's violating several of our regulations that we've worked so hard to do. The first one is the reason we said we don't want two owners or one owner building two cabins, that was to help limit the use or the limit of building. We had an incident on Red Mountain where a guy came in, he owed multiple claims, and he proposed building cabins on every single one of them, and there would have been this huge saturation of cabins. It's not to say that you guys couldn't sell off these claims and somebody else is going to try to build on them, but one of the main reasons we did that is that so somebody doesn't try to build multiple cabins in the county. It's a big impact, and it's a big impact in Minnehaha Gulch. We're getting more and more cabins up there. That place is, I think we have to get to a point where we have to discuss on Red Mountain Pass, Minnehaha, other places, Lackawanna, how much saturation of cabins do we want in some of these areas? Or is a cabin on every single one of these claims too much? If you look at that map of Minnehaha Basin, there's a zillion claims up there. Not all can be developed, but the whole reason for having the one owner, one cabin thing was to try to prevent having a saturation of cabins. If you look at one of the pictures towards the back of this, that original cabin is on the skyline. This cabin is going to be on the skyline. We have a no build on the skyline. We're violating our own rules by even okaying this. It is on the skyline. You can see it. And we also have, this sentence says residential development any sort within the alpine tundra ecosystem is prohibited. You're proposing building a cabin on the tundra, in the tundra. The few trees that are up above you there, they're little short trees and stuff. So to me, you are trying to build in tundra, and that's a total violation of our rules, is no build in the tundra. I'm surprised that this is even before us. We're violating our own rules. And the other thing is why build another cabin? Why not just expand the original one? You already got that footprint. Why put two footprints in a beautiful area? That's all I got.
I'll say, to that last point, I think if we were to try to make the Eastern Star cabin winter habitable, we would be tearing the whole thing down and building. And I do think the original cabin is more visible from the Alpine Loop because it is in a saddle. There's no trees behind it, where our new cabin is going to have trees behind it. So you aren't going to see it from Hurricane, and it's going to be less visible, I believe, from there.
I didn't see, it's going to be, because of it being in an open area, maybe it just looks to me, I need to see story poles as far as that picture that says number 4 views from proposed cabin. I can easily see that existing cabin. I would like to see story poles. I mean, this thing is going to be visible from anywhere in the tundra. This cabin will be visible. It is being built in the tundra. And from every mountain peak, from everything that you can see, this cabin is going to be visible because it's being built in a big open tundra area. There's hardly any trees to block the view except on that little bit of that ridgeline there.
And then that ridge line does block it from the Alpine Loop from the back. Like, I think it'll be visible from like the Black Hawk mine. But so is our original cabin that we have. And with the one cabin, if we gotta tear down the Eastern Star, I'll tear it down. If we have to go that route, that's fine. We could put that in a clause for a CO for that cabin to be gone.
Well, that's kind of a, now you say that, because that's the one that's really visible from
Yeah.
Gold Peak number 7 lead carbonate, right?
Yeah, it's got a red roof too.
Right,
so-
right, but if that's the one on the ridge line. If you were to demo that, right, the old original cabin, what we're talking about.
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
were to demo that and you put this other one over, it would be a whole lot.
It does have trees and
Right, right.
little.
That
rock
top one you can
outcrop
see
behind.
from everywhere.
The Bastille, is that the one you're talking about?
I'm talking about your
Okay.
original.
Yeah, ours will be lower. It's in a.
Right, the new one.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if you demoed that one,
Yeah, if it's gotta
that would-
go.
I don't know, Scott, what do you think about that? That would take care of that whole view shed on that.
It's just expanding the original cabin.
No,
'Cause you
no,
only
original cabin,
demo it and then,
yes. And then build that one way over to it's way over to the
On the
side
Tennessee.
and down below, it'll, I know where you're talking about there, the trees. It wouldn't near, would take care of the whole view shed situation, I think.
yeah, the big thing is that we just don't want to be able to see. I mean, I look at that one picture, that one in the saddle is just, it's so visible, it's unbelievable. But I can't tell from the photo because there's no story poles, no anything, what the visibility of the new one would be. But I do have a problem with us violating our rule of it should be one owner, one cabin, not one owner, two cabins.
Right, but if he demos the one cabin, that takes care of that rule, correct?
But, Scott, that's not what our regulations actually say.
Okay. What is it?
No, I mean, that was part of the intent, but what our regulations actually say is that if you had more than one site that you wanted cabins on, you had to go through the subdivision review as opposed to just the land use review.
I got you.
Because that was short circuiting, I mean, and you're right, it was brought on by the person up on Red Mountain who had several claims, and it was like, you can do one claim at a time, but in fact, what you're doing is a subdivision, you're building, so we need to look at it comprehensively, what's the total impact, make sure that we have, one driveway or one road access in all the cabins instead of 12 roads, those type of things, so.
So it doesn't prevent it, it just means they have to go through a subdivision process.
The little tougher review and, and again, I mean, I think in their case, we can look at the three claims as, one development or we can say no, and so then the Tennessee and the other one gets sold off, and then we're looking at, then we're going back to one cabin at a time instead of looking at the three in a comprehensive manner. So, yeah, no, I totally understand where you're coming from. I think also, if you would notice in my staff report, obviously I haven't been able to do a site visit there, so it's always tough reviewing until you actually get on site and get a feel for the property.
We can't, I don't see how we can okay anything without a site visit.
We can't, and that's generally that's one of my conditions, but this is, sketch plan before it comes to final. you know, again, I think, the Clemens has actually did a great job of, putting together a pretty good, packet. But if you'll notice on my staff report, one of my comments was, you know, that I agree with you, I would like to see storage hold, located, and so you know, I think that's one of the things that we need to do when I actually do the site visit. And I do believe, I also addressed somewhere else, the alpine tundra that, you know, if there's any question as to if it's alpine tundra or not, you know, they would need to bring in an expert to, make that determination.
I can tell you it's alpine tundra.
Yeah, I again, until I'm on site, I don't know, it could, you know, it could go either which way, and and if it is alpine tundra, then, you know, then it is a no-go.
You're gonna, at that forest tundra interface, you're gonna have little fingers of tundra that come into the forest, or little fingers of the forest that go in that. And you have to take that into effect. You know, you may have a finger of tundra coming into the forest. I mean, that is obviously tundra. It's clear, there's tundra plants. That's the tundra, and we say no build in the tundra.
Right. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there's tundra where they plan on building.
Looks like it to me.
And it may very well be, but I can't make that determination at this
I'm
point.
not a biologist, but I do know what
I'm not
tundra is.
either.
It's tundra.
Okay.
Another question just for the owner, does that, I mean, are you absolutely set on locating that cabin there? It looks like you have other sites that are like down, and maybe with these crap maps, I can't tell what the elevation change is, or if it's steep, but is there another location where you could hide it in the trees just a little bit more, or something like that? Or even like that old cabin site, I mean, could that be you know, demolished and pushed back like 20 or 30 feet to the trees, or is that a super steep slope right behind it? I can't tell.
It is pretty steep
Okay.
on both sides.
Okay. But that is an idea to where I'm sure you guys look for the flattest spot, but it looks like to me the flattest spot is on the skyline and in the tundra.
I don't want to speak for the applicant Scott here, but I can say that I you know, been pretty familiar with that area, that this site was probably chosen based on minimal impact for building a new road and building and access to the cabin, because the road, building a road in a steep grade can end up tearing up a lot more land than
Absolutely.
And where the cabin site is.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Bottom line, we need a site visit, right?
Mhm.
Right, I mean, and story polls
Mhm.
as part of the conditions on this.
Yeah.
Before we go, yeah.
So I mean, without a site visit, it seems like we're kind of at an impasse here. Do we approve the sketch permit, or are we tabling the sketch permit until conditional on us?
We generally, we approved, sketch plan conditional on a site.
On a site visit.
Okay.
With story
It
polls.
probably just, you know, it's just a matter of, logistics. I mean, if 6 months of the year, you can't do a site visit.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, as it is right now, you know, this is sketch plan, and, you know, with the wind left in there, so I was talking to them earlier, is they'll have to, if they got everything in order, which they probably will, they'll have everything to me the 1st of June for the June planning commission meeting, which will then come to the commissioners in the July commissioners meeting. So, you know, if we wait till we can get up there in June, you know, we're in October, November before
Yeah,
approval happens and we get push everything back at.
a whole another year. Yeah, that's understandable.
One other thing with the cabin is we did go for 1 story. We are staying, I think it's 14 feet interior height So in a one pitch roof to try to stay as low as possible, so we don't go above the terrain behind us. Cause you are allowed to be 35 feet tall.
This year might be, it's such a low snow year, you might be able to get that site visit in there earlier.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Right?
as soon as we can get up there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so if they've got to wait for a site.
You could do some story polls
Before
and,
I get up there, it maybe, you know, it could be June, could be July, then we're locking, I mean, we're still.
I got you, yeah.
Several months.
It's been a little over a week since I talked to the county road and bridge department, but their plan was to go up and plow that road. In the last week or two,
Alright.
has that happened, do you know?
I haven't been up there.
Okay.
I was up there probably 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago. And
Okay.
grabbed the side by side out and
It wasn't.
it was that last storm, people were skiing.
Yeah, okay. Just curious whether, you know, what the accessibility looks like.
You know, I don't know, Dennis, that really this hand.
Dennis,
I just wanted to make one comment. Do you want to entertain, or Willie, do you think it's advisable to entertain a request for a variance pursuant to 7-125 on that setback?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, assuming the commissioners move forward on this, I don't see any reason to not do a variance on the setback.
I would just like to, if you're going to do that, I'd like to keep it official in terms of, yeah, if you're going to vary from that setback requirement in the subdivision regulations, let's put it on the record as a variance request and let the commissioners consider that as part of the application.
And again, I hate to say it, but it kind of goes back to the site visit. If we could bump the building back 3 feet, then we might be compliant. It looked pretty tight up there. I don't know that we can bump it without losing it. And I'm just gonna say, Ashley or Chris, you know, may be able to add some comment as far as, you know, what the site looks like up there as far as tundra or whatever.
Yeah, so I can totally see Scott's point about the vegetation is, you know, tundra type vegetation, and I'm also not a biologist, but it's my understanding that given that there's trees in the area, that it's basically not technically a tundra zone, but I could completely be wrong about that. And I was actually just trying to figure out who we might get on our schedule to go take a look as soon as possible so that we can you know, get that cleared up and hopefully that's true. And then to Tom's point about the cabin location, we did try to keep it as low as possible. You know, obviously we like steeper pitched roofs to shed snow, but we even took that about as low as we felt comfortable with in order to keep it below the ridge line. There are trees along the ridge line also, so that we did feel that the silhouetting of the cabin was as minimized as possible. I know it's tough to tell from the photos, but the existing cabin is actually much more visible than this one would be. At least that's based on what we could kind of scope out as we were up there. But I do agree that story poles are definitely a good idea to make sure that is in fact true. So that's why we wouldn't, you know, if Tom had to tear down the other cabin, it still felt as though building in the new location would have a lower impact on visibility. But again, that tundra is definitely something that we want to be sensitive to.
I had just one question about the 50-foot setback issue there. Is it possible that when we wrote that 50-foot setback that we were thinking about potential spacing between multiple structures so that we were preventing density of structures between multiple claims, like in that Red Mountain scenario, I think he was planning to put 4 structures basically in the corners. Was that to kind of mitigate and space out those structures a little bit more? And
It could be, I mean, and, you know, our standards are, you know, 5 acres.
yeah,
But in a subdivision, if they have central water and sewer, it can be reduced down to, I forget what the sizes are, but considerably smaller.
okay,
So yeah, then that 50 foot setback might be, you know, important. I think, you know, when you're talking about 5 acre claims, I mean, essentially we're real close. I mean, there is that little strip of public property through there, but you know, if the properties were sold, there's still almost that setback between. So you'd have 50 foot of space between the corner of the cabin to the Eastern Star, and then, you know, considerable space to the
yeah,
to the cabin.
yeah.
Cabin, so.
I was just kind of trying to read intent of our own regulations.
Yeah, no, I just don't, usually I can remember the discussions, but I guess I'm getting too old. I don't remember if there was any discussion, or we just, you know, the issue came up that we thought that, or somebody thought the setbacks, at 50 foot for any development was, too excessive, and the planning commission came up with a recommendation of 28, when it's adjacent to private, and 30 adjacent to public, and we changed those and didn't think about the fact that it was
continuing on the subdivision, yeah. Okay. All right. I'm okay with the variance in this case, for sure, with 50 feet to be mitigated and given some leeway. Especially considering that there's not, you know, plans to build multiple structures in this area.
No, we enjoy
I'm down with
like our privacy and our space up there. The last thing I want is a neighbor 50 feet away.
Yeah.
You know?
Any other discussion, Scott or Pete?
I mean, another comment on the Tundra, when we said no building the Tundra, you can't just draw a straight horizontal line across and say this is where the Tundra is. The Tundra is, it's gonna vary, it's gonna come down, it's gonna go up, the forest might run up the hill, so you can't just set a boundary where the Tundra is. That we knew that would be variable, and it would be a bit of a gray area.
Yeah, no, that's why we did the 11,000 feet elevation for size, but we couldn't do it for, you know, you can build below 11,000 and you can't build above 11,000, because some places the timber is lower, some places it's higher, and so that's why we put in that separate requirement that you can't build in tundra, and yeah, you know, if there's any question at all up there, you know, we'll have to get in somebody that's, or the applicant will have to get in somebody that, you know, actually can, map it out just like you would a wetlands. You know, you go in and you flag it, you know, unless it's just obvious that the whole thing is, or the whole thing isn't. But if, you know, if where the building site is at, or the roads is, if there's any question, then have to flag it off just to prevent any disturbance of it.
All right, well, if there's no other discussion, then entertain a motion to for this project.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to, upon all the conditions, site visit, maybe even, Mr. Clemens hiring a guy that's an expert on tundra and story poles and everything else to approve this improvement permit sketch plan. Application, accept cabin driveway septic system on the Tennessee load.
I'll second that motion and. Any other further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Hey, I mean, I'm opposed.
Okay,
I think we're violating, at least, at least two of our regulations. And, I think the whole reason you have those regulations there is for a reason.
Do you want to mention the variance in and I'm sorry, I should have caught the motion quicker, but was that also potentially as necessary for the setback distance?
Yes, so
do we need to reassess that motion?
I think you could just, yeah, why don't you redo it?
Okay.
okay, so
Dennis, why don't we just do the variance as a separate motion? I think that would.
there you go.
You are smart, Willie. That's good thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah, I'll accept the motion to approve the variance of the 50-foot setback to 20-foot setback or standard to our
30 foot.
30-foot setbacks.
No, because it's public, it's,
I think it's,
there's that public land there, so it is 20 foot.
Yeah, to approve that variance to adjust to our normal sketch or improvement plan setbacks of 20 feet. How's that sound?
That's good.
You can just say
can I say
yeah,
so move?
yeah.
That's Google Meet, so move.
That's the motion, okay?
Yeah. All right, I'll second that unless you second it, Scott, but. Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Was that an aye or a nay? Sorry.
Well, I mean, I'm opposed.
Okay, all right. Thanks,
Yeah,
Scott.
yeah.
Thanks.
No point.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, there's no point in approving that until we deal with the other stuff, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
that's it. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you
guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
I'll get you a letter basically explaining
All right.
where we're at, what the next step.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. All right, our next appointment, we have Sean Brill from Buckhorn Consulting Engineers, who's joining us via Zoom, and Lauren Liu. Guys, please go ahead and tell us what you got for us regarding the hospital building heating system.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm Sean from, actually, it's Bighorn Consulting Engineers. Not Buckhorn. There is a Buckhorn in Montrose and
I'm sorry, I misspoke. It says Buckhorn on the meeting. I think I said Bighorn, but I can't. Yeah.
I saw that it was Bighorn or Buckhorn on the agenda, but that's okay. We know the guys at Buckhorn really well, and they get calls for Bighorn and we get calls for Buckhorn down here, so.
I bet.
I did see that. You're right.
It goes back and forth.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, anyway, so here a while back, you guys hired me to come down and take a look at the old boiler system there in the clinic building, the Miners Hospital, and I did that. That was last June that I was down there, and then you guys got me under contract to do a bit of design to replace the boiler system in there. And so we did a preliminary design, we delivered those drawings. David was instrumental in walking the site with us that day, and he's been good at getting me information and that sort of thing. one of the things that I'm really trying to make people aware of these days is when we talk about different fuel sources other than natural gas or propane, when we're talking about electric heating of buildings in our mountain areas, I just want people to be aware of the energy cost associated with that. So what I did for David was I did a cost comparison between 3 different systems. The first system was a propane fired boiler system. The second option was an electric boiler system. And then the third option was one that David had mentioned, maybe, and maybe it was Willie also, talking about what if we got away from the boiler system completely, and we just did some cabinet unit heaters and cove heaters and electric baseboard and that sort of thing all around the building and not have a boiler system. So I did that as option 3. I also asked David to get me some utility bills for San Juan County. And so I've got those in terms of propane costs. Looks like you guys are paying about $2.55 a gallon for propane. That's about in line with what we're seeing in other places. And electricity wise, San Miguel Power is your provider. And right now you're just on a consumption charge. You don't have a demand charge. So I went on San Miguel's website, and if we upgrade the clinic building to 3-phase power, which is what we were proposing for the electric boiler system, you would realize a demand charge at that point, which means you pay not just for the energy you use, but for the power and how quickly you consume that at the site. It's called demand, and it's in kilowatts or kW. And that can be significant. And that's why I did this little exercise for David to show what the utility comparison might be between these different systems. So for option 1 with the propane fired boiler, and let me back up just a minute here. I did an educated guess on how many BTUs a year that clinic would use. And I did that based off of historical data and some other data that I have. So I picked a number, if you will. I drew a line in the sand and said, this is how many BTUs that building is going to use. So that's a number we're just going to use for comparison. It's not an actual number that I think the building will use, but it's just a number to say, okay, for that many BTUs, what is it going to cost for electricity? What's it going to cost for propane? And so that's what I did. So that being said, option 1 with the propane fired boilers, I said that the propane cost might be in the $13,000 to $15,000 a year range. That's based on the $2.55 a gallon charge. Option 2 was the electric boilers. Now, this one I used San Miguel Power's rates, and actually I was a little bit low on demand. The last I looked, they were at $15 a kW. I just checked this morning. They're at $17 a kW. So my numbers might be a little bit low for this, but anyway, I was in the $23,000 to $25,000 range a year for electricity energy costs. And then option 3 was do away with the boiler systems and just do these distributed heaters throughout the building, cabinet heaters, unit heaters, cove heaters, that sort of thing. I think that's going to be in the $20,000 to $22,000 range for electricity. So that's a comparison. That's not any kind of prediction. I want to make sure I make you guys understand that that's not a prediction, because I haven't run an energy model, but this is just a comparison based on some historical data that I have. So then David asked, well, for those 3 options, what might be some expected construction costs to implement these systems? So if we look at option 1, that's the propane fired boilers, and the cost for a propane fired boiler system and the cost for an electric boiler system, they're going to be about the same. And I think that number is going to be somewhere between $225,000 to $250,000 to do that system. Now, those boiler systems, let me make sure we all understand what that means. That would mean removing the old boilers, or we may just abandon them in place. One of the things David and I had talked about was we just put a new floor over top of that lower basement area where the boilers are, and we build a new floor in there, if you will, build a new floor at that grade that we could put the new boilers in, and maybe just leave those old boilers down there. But that's up to you guys at that point. But anyway, the construction costs would include new boilers, new pumps, all new hot water piping, and all new terminal units to replace those old radiators. We feel pretty strongly that, and I think it's been shown that there's some leaks in that old steam piping. So I don't really want to try and reuse that old steam piping and the condensate piping. I think they're suspect, and I don't think there's any benefit to try and reuse those. I think if we're talking a boiler system that's going to pump hot water around the clinic, we need new piping throughout. Now, I mentioned to David on the site visit that we could convert those old radiators to hot water and convert them from steam. Well, that kind of works okay. I've done it before in the past on other projects. I'm not real jazzed about that being a first pass at this. I think we really need to think about new terminal units, which would be new hot water units, and we can get them to look almost like anything. They can be baseboard radiation, they can be convectors. I can even get them to look like those old radiators. And that's one of the items to think about, is what we want that to look like. But anyway, whether we do an electric boiler system or a propane fired boiler system, I think we're in the $225,000 to $250,000 range for construction costs to do that. Option 3, there was no boiler system. That was just going in with the distributed heaters throughout the building. That one's going to probably be in the $150,000 to $200,000 range, because we still have to do the service upgrade, the electric service upgrade, to be able to handle the additional load there. And we'd have to do all new terminal units, electric terminal units for heating through all the spaces, and get conduit and wire to all those units from our panels, our new electric panels. So that's it in a nutshell, guys. I know that was fast and furious. That was a lot of information. Anyway, that's kind of the summary there.
That'd be, yeah, so with option 3, we wouldn't have to go to 3-phase, would we?
I would suggest it. I would highly suggest it, because the load on your existing single phase service would increase to the point where you would need to upgrade your single phase service that you have now. There's not enough power there to do it. So then you're asking yourself, do I stay with a larger single phase service or go to 3-phase?
Yeah.
From a cost standpoint, you're going to pay for a service upgrade in either case, whether it's single phase or 3-phase. And I don't know what that cost is going to be. I'm guessing a service upgrade for that building is on the order of $15,000 to $20,000 to upgrade the electrical service. But for me, from an engineering standpoint, the big takeaway for 3-phase power is it's going to be less energy cost. 3-phase power is more efficient and you use less power. So my recommendation is that if we're going to go electric, I highly encourage you guys to think about going to a 3-phase service for the building.
What's currently there? Is it a 400 amp service currently there?
I think it's either a 400 or 200 amp single phase service.
Okay, just
And
curious.
what we're proposing on the last set of drawings that I did for David, we were proposing a 400 amp 3-phase 208 service. Yeah, 400 amp, 208 volt service, 208 volt 3-phase. Again, that's gonna give you, I think, the best bang for your buck when it comes to that balancing between upgrading the service, whether it's single phase or 3-phase, but also reducing your energy cost. 3-phase is always preferable for energy reduction. They're just more efficient, and you're gonna use less kW at the higher voltage, which means you're gonna have a less demand charge.
And Blaine, I really appreciate you getting us all these numbers for this. One question that I have for you, based on kind of our initial request here to see an option 3 was reliability of these systems. We don't really have a plumbing expert in Silverton who's well versed in hydronic boilers systems, and so the folks there with the coal fire burner system, this is our home for our public health department, which has requirements for kind of, you know, for being able to maintain heat and services for residents here. So what would you kind of estimate the reliability of a propane boiler versus option 3? Because honestly, I think we're kind of looking at option 1 or option 3. I don't think option 2 is probably in the cards.
Yeah, good question. So option 1, where we do some propane fired boilers, I would have multiple boiler modules there, at least 2, maybe 3 boiler modules to give you some redundancy. That's typical engineering practice. That means that not that each boiler would handle the entire load of the building on a cold day, but at least you wouldn't lose the building. I would size, if I did a 2 boiler system, I would probably size each one at about 60% of the load of the building. That means that if you lost 1 boiler, we could probably maintain the building to some nominal temperature, maybe not 70 or 72, but we could certainly maintain it at maybe 60 or 65 until the other boiler got fixed. I would do the same with the pumps. I would not leave you with just 1 pump. I would put in 2 pumps that would distribute hot water to the building. So that way, if you lost a pump, you still have a backup pump, and it would operate until you got the other one fixed. That's pretty much the way I do these kind of buildings. So you'd have multiple boiler modules, you'd have multiple pump modules, and then obviously you're going to have multiple terminal units around the building. And so even if you lost a control valve in somebody's office, that room might get cold for a while, but you're not going to lose the other offices around there, or the conference rooms or the meeting rooms and that sort of thing. So there's a fair amount of redundancy built into these new systems that I like to see. Service wise, yeah, you know, you're probably going to be looking at somebody from Montrose or Durango to come up and do service on a hydronic boiler system for you. Because it doesn't sound like maybe you have that capability in Silverton right now. So
Doesn't Dave Zanoni do hydronics? Austin, he put one in my basement, I know. And he
Not
put
on this level.
the archives, the lower floors of the historical society. Those are all hot water hydronics.
oh, good. Okay, so
So I think Dave Zanoni knows how to do all that stuff.
yeah, that's great. So the boilers we're talking about using, if we went with the propane fired boiler, these would be a good brand of boilers. I like Lochinvar, and Lochinvar is an American company out of Tennessee, and they just get rave reviews from plumbers and contractors, and we get good service from them also from a technical standpoint. So they've got good controls on them. I hear that more than anything is that the controls on these Lochinvar boilers are better than anybody else's. So that's always a plus. Other than that, there's not a whole lot in them that somebody can't look at and fix. You know, gas valves, combustion blowers, the usual course of stuff. Option 3, if we did away with the boilers, we'd have new electrical service to the building, we'd have new distribution panels to provide circuiting to our new terminal units. And these terminal units would be just commercial cabinet heaters, commercial grade cove heaters, maybe some electric gradient where you want them, electric baseboard radiation. It could be a mix of things depending on the space, and that'd be something I'd have to come down and look at with you guys and with David and see what works best for each of the spaces. But if you think about that system, it's got a tremendous amount of redundancy, if you will, because you don't have a central plant. You have multiple, maybe 24, maybe 30 different heaters around the building. And if you lose one of them, okay, you've lost that room, it's going to get cold, but the rest of the building is going to be okay. So from that standpoint, that building or that system gives you a lot of benefit from that regard. You don't have to worry about a central plant going down, and you don't have boilers to work on or pumps to work on, that sort of thing. Now, if the power goes out, obviously you're dead in the water, but that's going to happen. I mean, the same thing would happen with any building. If you lose the power, you're going to lose your heating system, most likely. So yeah, option 3 does have some advantages. I think it's a cheaper construction cost, and you've got a ton of built-in redundancy with all the multiple units that you have. So there's a lot of benefit to it, and maybe it's the right choice for your building down there. That's for you guys to decide.
With option 3, would you want to build in the cost, an emergency generator and in that, so you wouldn't lose it?
We already got that.
You could, that 150 to 200,000 number that I threw out there would not include any kind of emergency generator. And if you wanted to back up some or all of the building with an emergency generator, obviously that's an additional cost, depending on how much you want to back up. Do you want to back up the entire building? Do you want to back up 50% of it? Because generators are a big cost, and then you have to think of a fuel for the generator. Would it be propane or would it be diesel? And you've got to deal with that issue. Generators can get really expensive depending on whether they're propane or diesel, and depending on what size they are. And then there's a bit of maintenance on them. And if you do a diesel generator, then we've got to make sure that diesel stays heated and doesn't gel up. And even on a propane generator, you're going to want to cycle these things probably once a week, every couple of weeks, to make sure they're working okay. So
and like Scott was saying, we already have a small one there on propane. So I just thought if you needed to make upgrade and make it a little bigger, I don't know, but
and we could look at that if we go that route with option number 3. I need to come down and take a look at that generator again. It probably doesn't have enough capacity to do the entire building if we went with electric heat on the entire building, but it might be able to do some portion of it. Or you guys might say, let's upgrade the size of it a bit. That's the kind of discussion we always have with generators, is how much of the building do you back up with the generator?
Yeah, and I don't think that we need a generator size for the entire building. I think, but there are things, we have vaccines that need to stay frozen and special freezers and things like that. And that's
already back there.
That's really the only purpose.
So that's why we might pick and choose a few.
It'll be okay.
Pick and choose a few circuits in the building or a panel in the building that we back up with the emergency generator, and we pull the refrigerators for the vaccines off it, and we pull the heater for that room off of it, and maybe the nurse's office or something like that. Anyway, that's a little exercise we can go through if we go down that path.
Yeah. One other thought, and I'm totally agreeing with you on 3-phase here. I wish we had done it in our commercial building when we upgraded service to a 400 amp service. But the cost was, actually, I think if for above ground was in excess of $20,000, and that was in 2018 before COVID hit with all those prices. So I don't know what it would cost now.
You said 20,000?
It was $20,000 to
Yeah.
upgrade to a three-phase service. Yeah, and part of that just has to do with how far away the nearest three-phase is, which there probably isn't three-phase anywhere close to there.
Well, there's three.
There is.
Oh, it is.
Oh, there is.
With the hospital, yeah.
Okay.
Up
Oh, it's
behind the
close.
hill, up
Yeah.
behind the hill, behind the clinic, there's a nice three-phase line that runs through there. What is it, maybe 150 yards away, something like that? I don't know, you guys know it better than I do.
That's still far enough. I think, I was talking about less than a block away for three-phase, and that they said, well, just because there's nothing on your current block.
Right.
That's why it's $20,000. So
Right.
we'll see, but the other thing that I could think of in that hospital building for use of three-phase is if we continue to have, growth of health services there. If somebody wanted to plug in an X-ray machine, for example,
Exactly. Good point.
I'm sure that three-phase is almost a necessity for those types of pieces of
Yeah.
equipment.
Any scanning or diagnostics machinery really needs three-phase, yes. Yeah.
And just the other thing on here too, and where option 2 probably came into play was, we are involved in these groups. The Sneffels Energy Board is the newest one with these green initiatives. And electrification is a big buzzword these days. So, reducing reliance on fossil fuels in favor of fuels where you can purchase or create renewable energy sources. So
Exactly. We're seeing a lot of that ourselves.
consideration.
I've converted a number of gas-fired boiler plants over the last couple of years to electric boiler plants. I did this at the Aspen School District. I did all 3 of their schools, and we put electric boilers in, and they made the decision to go that direction, to electrify, and I warned them about the utility cost, but they went that direction also anyway. And so as long as you understand that a BTU of electricity is 2 to 3 times more expensive than a BTU of propane or gas, then we're all good, as long as everybody understands that. But
yeah, I mean, and I'm glad we're having this conversation, on public record here, so that the taxpayers can go back and see why we make decisions based on cost and things like that. So yeah.
But really, between these 3 options, option 3 isn't a bad option for you, because we're really not trying to use any of the infrastructure that's already there in terms of piping and boilers and that sort of thing. So whereas when I've done these other projects like up in Aspen, a huge infrastructure of a piping system and terminal units that we had to reuse. So you're not constrained by that here. You've basically got almost a blank slate with what you can do in that building. And yeah, so it's just a matter of making a decision.
Dennis?
I just wanted to comment one thing, for what it's worth. We had a building, a new building over in Dolores County, put in, and they had a double boiler system, hydronic system, and they have absolutely cursed the computerized programmable thermostat. The thermostats in that building from day one have been an absolute nightmare. No one knows how to fix them. No one knows how to program them.
Yeah.
And every one of those workers in that building wish it had an old Honeywell sliding mercury thermostat. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. They wish they would have kept it simple in regards to that system, so that it was serviceable or at least controllable without calling someone out.
Yeah, Dennis, that's not an uncommon comment I get, especially in rural areas. But I tell people, look, everybody uses a smartphone these days. If you can run a smartphone, you know, you gotta be expected to be able to embrace some of this other technology on other systems, because the HVAC industry is embracing all this new technology for controls. And yes, you do need somebody on site that kind of takes that under their belt and says, okay, I'm going to learn how to run this automated control, and I'm gonna have to learn how to do it. And most of these interface anymore with a smartphone or a tablet, so that you can get an app on your phone or your tablet and run a boiler or a pump from home. And a lot of folks are liking that, because then it saves them a lot of travel time to a school building that they might have to drive to. Otherwise, they can just look at it online. So yes, I understand the frustration there, but you know, it's the 21st century, and everything to be highly efficient, this is the way it's going to go.
Well, and I'm gonna just add, I can already tell that you are at least a step above the people that put the system in. So I think perhaps if you would have been in charge, we wouldn't have had so much trouble. But I just wanted
Yeah.
All right. Scott, Pete, Lauren, you guys have any questions or comments?
I have some questions. First, we Willie, are we beholden to, and Lauren know this too, are we beholden somehow to the State Historic Fund and what we can do on the inside of that building as far as conduits or anything that changes all that work that we've done? Are we kind of limited on what we can do?
I don't think so. I mean, I think, you know, probably have to run it by them, but I don't think we'd be doing anything that they would have. I mean, you know, the choice is, yeah, I mean, no matter what option we choose, we're gonna have to do major changes. You know, it's not just, I mean, if the radiators and the plumbing was good and all we were doing was changing out the boiler, that'd be wonderful. But we've got to change out the whole system, so I don't think they'd have any options. I don't know, you know, generally they're more concerned about, you know, the exterior appearance than interior. I mean, obviously we don't want to go in and butcher up all the work that we just accomplished. So, you know, we have to do it in a smart manner, but.
I was thinking about, you know, like conduits, you know, can we just put new conduit and put it on those walls there? Do we have, we can't bury it in the walls, because then we just ruined all our work. So it looks like if we had to put in new conduits, you know, for the thermostats and this and that, we are going to be changing some of the work we did just by putting the conduit on top of it. But that's probably the most practical, I think. And then,
I think a lot of the things are, if they're kept along the baseboards or even plowed into the baseboard in some areas, you can bury certain.
You can see it right here.
Yeah. So.
You can do it in a way that's not.
Yeah, we've had some
Doesn't
success
cost too
doing
much.
that even on the courthouse, you're burying the conduit if it's electrical. And even to some extent with the hydronics, if you were doing hydronic lines, you can do it in such a way that it's very unobtrusive.
the other question I had, Lauren, is since our steam pipes leak, how do you replace them? How do you even get into those walls to, I don't know, if you take out the steam pipes, leave them in, how do you, it seems like it'd be a nightmare trying to get that stuff in there.
I think you just leave them.
Just leave them.
We already have some decorative radiators that don't go anywhere.
Right.
So I think we just leave the piping, and there are a few new pipes that were copper that replaced some of the corroded out regular galvanized lines or black pipe lines, and so you could effectively selectively take out some of those pipes that were, might be in the way, but.
What's the practicality
I
of
think
trying to get into that stuff? I mean, just it's all behind walls and everything like that. I mean, the conduit way seems like the most practical because you're just putting it on the outside instead of having to, try to put. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, if we did a hydronic system, as far as the piping goes, we wouldn't put the piping back in the walls like we've talked about. You just can't get in there. So even the piping would be exposed if we went with a hydronic system.
Okay.
Now, it could be, I've done it before in old buildings like that where we've selectively run across the wall, ceiling, corner, or two walls, and we build a little sheet metal enclosure, if you will, that can be painted or some other architectural feature like that. But yeah, for the most part, everything would be exposed in this building, whether it's pipe or conduit.
Okay. No, that answers my question there. So.
Yeah, I think it would look very much like this room. There's, a couple vertical pipes, one over there,
Right.
going through. Conduit's external here. It's just the nature, and you're preserving, essentially what is historical, and you're adding modern fixture to it.
And we can look at, if we do option 3 and we're running a lot of power around to electric heaters, we can look at not just plain old round EMT conduit. They make good wire mold stuff for surface applications that really blends in and has a nice shape to it, so it doesn't look so Spartan and industrial.
This another question on our present system. Do we have a thermostat in every single room, or is it just every other, or how does that work? Because at least with the electric, I see if you have a thermostat, 20 or 30 thermostats, you have one in each room, you can really lower your energy consumption in places where we don't need it, where like with the steam, I mean, is the steam cut off from every room, or does the boiler turn on and it heats the whole building? How's explain that to me too also.
Yeah, we just have one central thermostat over there in the middle of the hallway on the main floor.
So you're heating everything. So if LaDonna's cold and she turns it up, you're going to get hot and you're going to run down and turn it down. It seems like it would be more practical with a thermostat in every room. I mean, it is more things to fix when they break, but if you have a thermostat in every room, then you can kind of adjust it to whoever's in there. You don't have to, because that's a complaint I've heard sometimes at the hospital. It's either freezing or it's too hot. It's just so universal across.
On the present system, like at the courthouse and at the hospital, there are individual regulators on all of the radiators.
I gotcha.
So they dial it into their room somewhat, to help regulate that.
On the new system though, the new system proposed would have more thermostatic control and individual.
It would,
areas.
yeah, whether it's option 1 or option 3, we can put as many zones in the building as you want. And that just comes down to a function of price at that point.
Yeah. All right. Do you have anything else you want to share?
No, I'm just trying to take this all in and try to, from the systems, I'm not really familiar with the system, so I'm just here kind of as the building superintendent.
Yeah, for sure.
We were talking the other day, I don't remember, was it Pete? Somebody was talking to keep the historic nature of the building over there. We're gonna put potbelly stoves in each office.
Yeah.
Bring them wood.
Yeah. I guess the next step is if we could get, I'm gonna say right, Bighorn, right?
Thank you.
To look at option 3 or do a cost effective thing on option 3, and if there's a consensus.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, you know,
To hold,
option now
to
is
sharpen
for
his pencil, yeah.
the commissioners to decide, you know, if they need more information before they make a decision, or if they're ready to make a decision, or they need to think about it a little bit, but then ready to
Yeah.
make a decision, then, direct, you know, direct Bighorn to, you know, put together a set of plans so we can
All right.
move forward on
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, guys. You guys just need to let me know which direction we're headed to. We originally did a preliminary design based on option 2, based on our discussions from last year. But that's not a big deal to switch to option 1 or option 3 at this point. I'm good in either case. You guys go away and discuss it and decide what you want to do, and then I can design either one. And if you need more information, let me know, or however that turns out.
I guess, which of the three takes the least maintenance and, is easiest for somebody to work on and is the least likely to break down? Which one is it?
That's a loaded question.
That is.
That's option 3.
I think so.
I think so.
Seem like option 3, because you don't have you're not having to
Probably.
deal with the boilers. I mean, if
Probably. Again, we talked about all the multiple redundancies you have with the multiple units in the building, and they're just simple electric resistance heating terminal units, and with a local thermostat, not much can go wrong there, and if it does, it's pretty easily fixed. Now, I will suggest that maybe you guys think about, and I mentioned this to David in the email, about putting in a building automation system so that you can monitor that KW. That demand charge is going to hit you guys in the pocketbook. So if you have a building automation system, you can watch that demand and it monitors it continuously, because San Miguel Power is going to look at a 15 or 30-minute window for your demand charge, and that's what you're going to pay for the rest of the month.
Oh, huh.
Yeah. So if you, let's say it's a cold day in December, and everybody cranks the heat on, and that demand goes up for 30 minutes, you're going to pay for that charge the rest of the month. But one of the things you can do is monitor that demand with a simple automation system. And as that demand creeps up to those levels that you pay more for, it can actually shut some heat off or reduce some temperatures in the building until you get by that 15 or 30-minute window. And then it looks at the next 15 or 30-minute window and adjusts a set point here and there. Just cranking down a set point a few degrees is going to help. Or maybe you shut off a couple of circuits somewhere so that you can't exceed that demand charge. Anyway, just something to think about. Most modern buildings that have a large electrical load have some type of KW monitoring so they can control that demand charge. Because quite honestly, a demand charge can be half of your electric bill. It's a huge deal.
Huh.
Anyway, just something to think about it. And we can talk about that more as after you guys make a decision and we figure out which one we're doing here. If we do option 3, I'll be glad to discuss that a little bit more with you.
I'm kind of thinking of 3. The savings, initial savings are about, it looks like, 50,000 or something. The other 2 boilers, I use the high figure of 250,000. I use the high figure in option 3. So there's a 50,000 savings. Now, where we're going to lose it is with the propane. Let's say it's 15,000 a year and we're running, let's say 20,000 a year. We're going to be spending an extra 5,000 a year for 10 years. That becomes 50,000. So now we're kind of dead even with that. But in the long run, as far as its simplicity, I think that because how many times we had a guy down there trying to fix the boilers and stuff,
Yeah.
in both buildings, and that means that you know, and you want consistency. You want somebody who's worked there 10 years that really knows that stuff. Whereas, you know, if something's broken electrical in a room, you call the electrician and you fix it. You don't have to have somebody that's knowledgeable about boilers or anything like that. You just need an electrician.
That's true.
I'm just sitting here in one building where we modernized to a hydronic boiler that, and maybe this building isn't the best example, but then there's two others within view of well, one in view of me and both in view of Willie there that have upgraded to modern propane hydronic boiler systems. They've had a lot of issues.
Yeah.
I think I've seen my HVAC guy over at the Highlander building at least once a month for the last 2
Yeah, right.
years.
Same with
That tells
Town
you-
Hall.
And Town Hall and
Same
the
thing.
Wyman Hotel and you know, but it's not as foolproof as you'd hope. And I have a friend who does HVAC and building maintenance for the DoubleTree down in Durango. They have these boilers, I think cost
Now,
$100,000 a piece
one of the
for two
things-
boiler systems, and within 2 years they had to replace both of them for corrosion.
Wow.
Wow.
So, and that's
That's
the thing to be looking at.
and that's poor engineering. We'll be straight on that. That's why we have spent the
Could be,
money.
I don't know, no, I didn't do that one, so I don't know, but one of the systems that we haven't talked about. And I think I mentioned it to David early on, was going with a heat pump system.
Yeah.
And, we had talked about that. And we kind of pushed it to the side because you guys really don't need air conditioning in that building. At least that's what I was led to understand. With a heat pump system, and they're making really good heat pumps these days that can handle cold weather and heat effectively. But on the flip side, you're paying for a cooling system that you don't necessarily want or need. So for that reason, I didn't include a heat pump system in this analysis. And just wanted to throw that out again to make sure we all were on the same page there. So they make great heat pumps these days. I could heat your building with heat pumps, but you're gonna pay a lot of money for it and you're gonna get air conditioning that you may not want.
I think we went through that circle of logic once already and decided that was probably a good idea. I
Good.
have a few of those heat pumps and they work great, but I also have need for the refrigeration, the air conditioning side of them too, so.
Right, so I just wanted to make sure I threw that out on the table real quick before we got too far here.
Yeah.
So you're using your heat pump for cooling in all those fridges, Austin?
Yeah, in the pizza oven, I have a lot of heat that happens in the brewery side of things too. And then you pack 100 people during train time with all the sun coming through the windows and it gets hot.
You do need some AC, huh? I'll be darned. Yeah, I don't see that problem at the hospital building.
Yeah.
You know,
Cause you could just, if you get hot, you just open the window in the summer.
Yeah.
I want you to come in, Anthony. I got questions for you. If you've got a few minutes.
but I'd like some input more from Lauren. What do you think between these options? Or what, if you were deciding on this? Which would you lean towards?
Well,
Because you know, maintenance and building.
yeah, I mean, it looks really attractive, the third option.
Okay.
I mean, I just don't know enough about the
Right.
thing, but it sounds, you know, like the redundancy that's built into it sounds really appealing, you know, and you have multiple units, some versatility. So you know how the floors are, one floor is way cold, one's really hot.
Way hot, yeah.
One's- It's the Goldilocks sort of
Yeah.
thing, so.
Yeah.
I think you get, it seems like you have a little more control from what I'm hearing, so,
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
it sounds really attractive on, you know, the option three.
Okay.
Yeah. I like option 3. I think that there's a couple folks that we should hear from. I think, you know, and we should at least, you know, ask our public health department kind of, you know, with the options, how they feel about it and then, and call in our building maintenance guy, how he feels about it. But
Well, this is our building maintenance guy.
well, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, I think
We did call.
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, and I can pretty well say what option I think, our public health department would agree with as well, but I don't like speaking for people if they have the option to speak for
I think their
themselves.
option is whatever.
Whatever we give them.
Whatever's gonna heat the bill.
Exactly, whatever we give them, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm with you, I think she would agree to
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
I mean, I think 3 is probably the direction we're gonna end up going.
I like option 3, but I think it will, I think it means, it may mean higher costs of electricity utility bills, but I think it'll mean lower cost of maintenance, lower cost of
Yes.
then.
A long range.
And in the long term,
Reliability.
yeah, reliability, and I think some of those options, especially the last one, can be priceless. All right. Well, thank you guys so much, and thank you very much for your time.
So
You
Sean,
bet, guys. You bet, guys.
it sounds like,
You know how to get a hold of me and just let me know which direction you guys are headed and we'll switch course and get you a set of plans.
okay,
All right,
thanks, Sean.
thanks.
Okay, thank you.
We'll
Take care,
try to
guys.
get your company's name right the next time, but no
That's fine.
guarantees. Our reliability isn't very good either.
It's always a fun time dealing with Buckhorn and Bighorn, I know, and sometimes we're on the same job, so a lot of times we are.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. All right, guys, take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I was hoping to pick your brain about our fertilizer meeting tomorrow for a couple different things. We talked about it for a brief few minutes.
Sure.
But just in terms of, projects coming through, additional things you think we should maybe talk about beyond EPA, funding and things while we have him in town, if you had anything in mind. I definitely have this on our board, and you hopefully got to miss that whole kerfuffle this weekend. But we can discuss that later, but yeah, I think if you had anything in mind in specific you wanted to talk to.
And so I'm not familiar with this, I'd have to, at all.
Yeah.
As far as that Senate bill.
That's a good thing.
We had talked earlier, in the, this week, Willie and others, I know Public Works is putting together some things they'd like to bring to, the AG's attention. They sent me a flyer I need to look at this afternoon, and I'm getting back with Becky and Dana, who are working on that. I don't know the content specifically of, I think it's more of awareness. We are doing the Animas River Corridor Plan showing for the natural resource damages, which is, it gets the state natural resource damages are separate from the Superfund. I realize they're all tied kind of together, but it's really a state thing. Just to give you an idea, the town is looking at a snowmelt system, and then potentially another, some other area on the Animas River corridor where they actually, that plan that's the town's had since about 2000. The county
Snow melt for
snow.
where we store it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea, Pete, is,
But it melts faster and doesn't go in the river?
no, it does go into the river. but
Right,
It goes in,
no matter what it does.
it goes in through, wetlands or filtered system.
Okay,
But it actually melts at a time when the loading.
it
is
goes in
high.
cleaner.
So it goes in and actually dilutes,
Okay,
the water, so it's actually, it gives the town a way to,
right,
get rid of the snow.
okay.
So
We used to do it directly, but they frowned on that.
Part of that actually.
did you get called out for that?
I did.
Well, answer that question.
Hey, do we need to let?
Yeah, do you have anything else, Lauren, you wanna?
Oh, you're
Talk
welcome
to
to
us about
stay.
before
Did I interrupt?
Oh, no.
Anything you want to bring there?
We finished with that appointment, but we didn't give Lauren the opportunity to bow out or
Yeah, if you have any questions on any of that stuff, but, I guess the only other question is how long they figure the installation will take.
Yeah.
Cause we gotta be there before.
No, it's,
So, I mean.
it's coming right there.
But if the material is available, that's probably the quickest installation as well.
Yeah,
Correct, so.
and it'd be nice to know what the installation requirements are for, and so, as you say, we want to bury it, so it might take. You know, some extra effort to do that, but I don't know, just kind of getting a rough idea of what he thinks those
Yeah,
systems take to install in a normal.
get us a set of plans so we can estimate.
Yeah,
time.
yeah, how they want to lay
schedule,
it out, then we can figure out.
I think that's a big thing when we get bids back from contractors as well,
Yes.
as to what time.
Oh, absolutely, but I think that'll be one of the things that if you're gonna prescribe how you're going to do this, so everybody bids on the same thing and just.
Yeah.
Yeah, that,
Yeah,
And Lauren, if you have, you know, if you think about this, if you have any thoughts, you know, or questions,
yeah,
you know, let us know, but also, you know, feel free to, contact Bighorn directly and
Okay.
discuss them with them.
yeah, and there'll be more questions as I get more familiar with the system that went on the system you decide on, so I can kind of help ask the questions so everybody knows what it's gonna entail to do it for any contractor that wants to do the installation, electrical, you know, wise and everything else. Okay, but appreciate it. I'm glad
Extra
you-
effort is gonna take.
Yeah, no, I
With
appreciate being in on it,
David's
I can kind of figure out what's going on, because you know who they're gonna call. if it goes-
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
So one of the things that I had mentioned, I'm probably gonna bring up, and it'll segue into the answering your question, Commissioner Lashley, but is I'm gonna bring up that we have the Gladstone area, that's a high loading area. It's anticipated that there will be a long-term treatment there. And, you know, there was the settlement between everyone, but that there's still gonna be ongoing treatment for releases long-term. And the BLM has expressed that they don't have a mechanism to share in that cost with the state. And the last thing we want to see is this get caught up 5-10 years down the road and litigation. We'd like there to be a real effort to sit down and to work that out now. And if we need to, and our downstream neighbors need to go to our federal representatives about an appropriation or some other sort of legislation, we need to be able to fix that issue. So we're not stuck here multi-decades. Now, I think, or for decades, I think where that might fit in with the county and him being here and the BLM, I think goes to the greater, we feel like that there is between PILT, which doesn't cover our costs, between coroner costs and all these costs with these land area, that's 85%. We're out here and we're bearing the cost. The county of less than 1,000 people are bearing the cost to keep public safety here. And it does seem like it's not equitable. It's not equitable. And why does that make sense? Well, I think the Attorney General could probably understand the idea of equity and fairness, that you've got a disproportionate amount of public services being provided to the general public that are mostly costs are coming from visitors to federal land. So that may be something that came to mind, and I'd let Willie, that may not be the best thing to bring up, but I think as commissioners.
Right on point.
No, I think, yeah.
And so I think this idea with, and I'm not here to throw the BLM under the bus. If they have a hard time cost sharing, then I get it. We need to go to our senators, right? And the Attorney General knows those individuals very well and can convey that message on. And then the flip side of that, I think this issue with these small areas, small populations serving many visitors to the federal, whether it's the ambulance, sheriff's office, whatever, it's disproportionate. It basically, we're having to keep the public safety of the federal lands at the expense of improving our local population.
Totally agree there.
So I think those messages, go ahead.
Yeah, Scott and Martha actually raised the, you know, the autopsies and emergency services and Oh, essentially you're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
earlier when we talked about
I think we're right on, I think I mean, the public's gonna be there, they'll be able to say, but I think staying in that. Trying to stay on point collectively on these bigger issues is worth doing. Not to marginalize anybody who might come in, but if we could hit those home.
Yeah.
I'll have the Animas River corridor plan, which is the long-term plan that we've had for just in town, for the Kendall and all that area, for the improvement of all that area as far as signs and trails and fish habitat and
Bridges.
Yeah, bridges, footbridges at least. I mean, I'd like to we'll talk about that later, but if we could hit that other home, I think that sounds like we're all in alignment.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and less is more on these things. I mean, you get 9 things on his list or their list and it gets lost.
Yeah. Do you feel like it's important to have representation at the Durango meeting for San Juan County tomorrow?
I woke up in the middle of the night wondering that, and I think I probably.
Me too.
I
We don't want a
think,
different burden.
well, I need to be there for sure, and if you all want me to say that on behalf of you,
Do you want anyone else there with you or?
what do you think, Willie? I mean, I feel like he's coming here.
Yeah.
And he's talking to us. I don't think they're gonna feel slighted if there's not a commissioner there. I think that it'll be good to have somebody representing the county there, which I will be,
Okay.
yeah.
And we can discuss after the meeting tomorrow too, but if you need support from a commissioner. I'm not volunteering for Willie, but maybe.
Yeah, if somebody wants to go down with me, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I just let me know, but I think we need to have somebody there, a face that they know is from San Juan County.
Yeah.
And I'll be there. Everybody's welcome to go down there.
In terms of priority projects for funding coming through for this cycle. I know that MSI has had some talks and some initial things that they're planning on doing. Of course, they didn't, completely agree, which we figured they wouldn't, for postponing this until next year at least, for funding.
I actually think that we had a meeting earlier this week. Why are you saying that?
Well,
Were they here today?
No.
Okay.
No,
so
but they have some thoughts. We had asked to postpone based on some issues that we had discussed previously to kind of postpone this until we have at least remedial decisions and potentially some work done so that we could use this funding for restoration. And that obviously got, we made some headway. I mean, we have some time to come up with projects, but maybe not as much as we'd hope.
So let me tell you where this is contemporaneously right now. They're not gonna slow down a whole lot, but in a meeting earlier this week, the vast majority said we really want more time than to have our full stuff fleshed out in September. Now, maybe they allow that or not. I think they're gonna hear that tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
And right now, as far as from me representing the county and town's interest right now, the only thing that's really been vetted that isn't in the super fund. And this gets complicated, but it's really that area from up by the electric, what is that, between here and
the substation.
Substation, thank you, the electric substation and kind of down by the depot. It's really that area, Lackawanna, that we could do stuff right now because we don't know what's gonna happen in the super fund. Now, there's been some argument or debate, friendly, of course, that maybe you could do some restoration in the high altitude and high, above alpine areas, and maybe even up at the Chattanooga. But I think it's really complex right now until you know what how are you going to show that you're making an improvement on these small projects? I think you need a bigger one. I'm talking to MSI, and they're coming, Lisa, Merrill, who's working with Kingfisher's been coming. I think what we're gonna end up doing is, for this round, is gonna probably be this river corridor in town. Now, under the substation, like one area, down to the depot.
I just kind of spoke with the, Jake from MSI. They have a project, doing some restoration on the Gladstone Fen, the Iron Fen.
Sure.
Gladstone as well.
And
It
this.
was pretty hot.
Yeah, and the state is supporting that, and I think that's okay. They need, as long as they bring that to the county and the county,
Approves it.
well, just gives the okay.
Yeah.
What I'm telling people is that all I know from the county right now that they've approved and that's been vetted through a community process, even if it's just coming to the government, is the Animas River corridor.
Okay.
And I know that the state has been interested in that fin up there, so I think that, you know, I don't know that you all would have any issue with that. What they don't want is there to be 500 projects all over here and there and scattered here and there on different personal projects. And I'm not saying that's gonna happen. And people saying that this is for the county supporting something that's never been before you and you know nothing about,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I would say, I mean, the state I shouldn't say the state. There have been people that have been involved in the environmental community and also run things by the state, and that's the kind of project they're looking for up there at Gladstone.
Okay. All right.
Do you have to put me on the spot on anything else right now?
I don't think so.
Any good?
I think that's plenty.
I have something for Willie, but maybe I'll get with you later. You'll be around this afternoon? Are you all gonna have an afternoon meeting?
We're finishing up right now.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Can
I have a copy of this?
Yeah, let's do that.
When did this come out?
Pretty recently.
I'm concerned that I read it one time and I'm concerned.
I'm glad that he was paying attention.
It came through, it
Yeah.
got tabled at
Yeah,
the,
Congress.
it was passed by the Senate and then it was tabled at the House and committee or postponed in the House committee.
There's a lot of stuff going, I'm reading in the paper, just getting passed right now, and I'm.
Yeah,
This
that's not
was
one of them.
disturbing
That's not one of them, but it will be back in front of us in another year.
Okay.
to the county and
just,
the
yeah.
county.
There's a Colorado Sun article that goes along with that one too, that I'll send you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Anthony.
All right.
I think we've gone through everything but, Commissioner.
Yeah, commissioner reports and public comment. Let's go ahead and, if there's any member of the public that would like to speak on this or any other agenda item, or any business in the county, please go ahead and speak now. Hearing none, we will close public comment and, open up, commissioner and staff reports. Scott, Pete, Willie, you guys have anything so far?
I don't have anything. I just want to throw this out to you guys. We have some areas in the county that are starting to get pretty heavily developed. Red Mountain, Lackawanna, Minnehaha, anywhere else that you can think. You know, we have these cumulative impact reports, but I don't think they're working. Do we limit density? Do we have the legal right to limit density? I mean, one way to limit density is you say, all right, 10 cabins on Red Mountain, 10 cabins here, 10 cabins here. Are we going to get our butts sued because we've done that? You know, one thing you could consider would be, the only way you can develop is if you have a mining claim of 10 acres. I mean, if it's 9.79, you could do that. That's another way of limiting density. What do you guys think about this density issue? It's every time we okay, like Minnehaha, you know, every time we okay another one, you're losing your view sheds. You got more roads. You got more impacts. You know, the 10 cabins means 10 generators, means 10 roads, 10 view sheds. You know, do do we ever put a limit on it? It's just, it's more a philosophical question to you guys.
I think it's difficult. You almost have to examine these areas individually. You know, building on the top of Red Mountain Pass for Minnehaha is a lot different than what it is in Lackawanna.
It is, because it's heavily forested and less visible.
Or Howardsville or Maggie Gulch with Conundrum Road and, you know, that northern Eureka kind of area. You almost kind of have to assess these areas individually, and then I do think the cumulative impact report is a valuable tool to be able to assess these things, but I don't think it gets it doesn't get utilized very much. Like we didn't have, you know, some applications we had that come back with great cumulative impact reports, and then other applications it's breezed over, you know.
Right. I like, one thing would be if you got 10 water wells in an area, is it going to make it impractical for the next 10 people to drill water wells because all that water's been taken? You know, that's a cumulative impact. Just something to think about. But there is
parking on Red Mountain Pass, you know.
There's
the next
extremely important.
The last application that we passed up on Red Mountain Pass, we should have probably thought a little bit harder on that, and I definitely think with what's come before us that the next person who wants to build a cabin up there is going to have to answer for that, or we may have to figure out how to maintain, you know, parking for both the public and private interests up there, because what's been happening up there apparently clearly is not working.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So, yeah, just trying. Yeah, I agree with you, Scott. Though I think the cumulative impact report is not maybe working in the way that we've intended it to. So we should maybe discuss that a little bit further as an agenda item, because I don't think we should get into it too much without.
No, we don't have to now. I just saying we are getting denser and denser in some areas, and that it's just a mixture of everything, you know. Now instead of when you drive up there and see one, now your view is impacted by the vision of 10 cabins. You know, some people say, oh, that doesn't bother me, but some people say it does bother me. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I still like doing case by case, but I do agree with you, Scott. I think we're underutilizing the cumulative. I don't think it's being examined heavy. And when you bring up, especially when you bring up Red Mountain, each area is unique, you know, whether it's parking areas or density or different issues. Each area, you know, whether it's the Cune or Lackawanna. I mean, they're all different. We definitely got to be careful and go through it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it makes it difficult in a small community when you start putting the brakes on and utilizing the regulation at your disposal to limit density, because you walk down the street and you run into people that may have just built in a similar situation, and now you've said no to somebody else. So it's a momentum thing. It's a consistency thing. And even if you have the tools, I don't envy your situation. It's a tough role to be in, to limit people's property rights. So that's my 2 cents.
And there's just more in today's times. There's just more and more pressure. 40 years ago, there really somebody built a cabin in the backcountry. That was big news. But there is a lot more pressure to build. A lot more people want to build cabins. There's just demographically more people that want to do it.
Yeah, the other thing is, and I'm not sure it really translates, but I mean, obviously the trend from the Front Range now is for the governor to allow more density, not less density, and I'm not sure how that translates to high country stuff and the stuff that you guys look at on a regular basis, but it is something. It is there, but we certainly, in executive session or providing legal advice, can talk about the legal ramifications and legal abilities to curtail density. But I will just say, generally speaking, yes, counties have density control to a certain extent.
If we're gonna have, further discussions on this, which I think we should, I think we should ask our assessor to be part of that as well. I had a conversation with our assessor and, she mentioned that she had been kind of compiling a list of claims and properties that would be, potential buildable sites, underneath current county regulations, and ones that essentially are just a no-go based on the county codes. And I'm sure that project has somewhat been waylaid by all of the but by predominantly probably the restoration remediation efforts and mapping and assessing those properties. But if she's made headway on that list, it might be nice to bring her into the conversation and just ask for her knowledge, basically. Yeah.
Because we have had that conversation, even though there's 3,000 mining claims in this county, maybe only, Willie might know this better than me, there maybe only 10% of them are developable. I mean,
and that was her takeaway in kind of embarking on that project, was that there really aren't that many potentially buildable sites, but it'd be a great tool for the commissioners to talk and having a density conversation to say how many potentially buildable cabin sites are there, and how many, and how much density are willing to allow in that. It's and be able to see them on a map where they are. If they all exist in Minnehaha, or if there's 40 more potential building sites in Minnehaha and only 10 on Lackawanna. I'm just making it up, but what do we get for there?
I'm going to make a comment just because I want to make an official record of that. So the assessor or any other elected official certainly doesn't make the decisions as to what constitutes a building or a non-buildable lot. And so I would want to be really careful if we asked another elected official to come out with a list of what they consider to be buildable lots.
Yeah,
there you go.
I think that they're qualifications that are pretty defendable, though. Acreage, elevation.
Yeah, but then look at that house, the 6,000 square foot house. I didn't think anybody had ever built up there, and that guy put that steep road up, and I never would have dreamed of anybody building up there, someplace like that.
Are you talking about the Erie Lodge?
Which one?
Yeah, the one up going up towards Gladstone.
Yeah,
I never would have dreamed somebody built there.
I would just want to make sure that, I'd want to think about that before a list was compiled like that. I mean, frankly, that could cause a little bit of a land rush if there were a list out there showing potentially buildable lots in San Juan.
Yeah, that's true too.
That's real true.
Yeah.
Didn't think about that.
Let me give that some thought before we go down that road.
Yeah. I think maybe we've already said too much on that topic without a agenda item or without proper thought and discussion about bringing it as a public discussion.
Okay.
But thanks for bringing it up, Scott.
Okay.
In terms of meetings, you guys, the one meeting that I was really hoping to have that we didn't get to have was the intercommissioner meeting. I was really interested in hearing from Jonathan Houck about the Blue Mesa Reservoir Bridge, thing and their situation with the landowner for backcountry cabin that spurred Senate Bill 213 that was such a big deal. But honestly, those since I was mostly interested in speaking to him, I think I might just reach out to Jonathan and see if I can schedule a Zoom meeting or something with him and talk to him, or Liz Smith or I can't remember who their third commissioner is, but I'll find out and I'll reach out.
I had a lady in my shop that waited 6 hours at the bridge to be, because I guess they got to escort you through the Lake City cutoff, I think is what it is, but they waited 6 hours there. Another thing I hadn't thought about, had friends in Lake City, they said all their doctors are in Montrose and Grand Junction. So to even try to get over there because of this bridge thing, they can take the Lake City cutoff, but it's a wait because you got to do the 20 miles escorted, then the 20 miles back escorted. And it's a huge thing. I mean, it's huge.
Wow. They'll be rushing to get there because they have some non-winter drivable roads that help mitigate that, I believe, going through
like the Lake City cutoff, which is, I don't think it's open in the winter, but they had to open it. They had to plow it actually to get it open, just because they knew that was one of the main routes to get around that bridge was to take the cutoff.
Yeah. Imagine taking that school bus ride.
Right.
Oh, jeez.
We're going in a boat.
Yeah, we're going in a boat either way. But yeah, I've talked about Senate Bill 213.
Yeah,
they did have another emergency CCI meeting for property tax that I was unable to attend. It just was too short a notice to be able to attend one of the. So I need to do a little bit more research on that.
It didn't look horrible.
It didn't look bad, but yeah.
I'm just glad you guys caught that Senate bill.
Yeah, thank you for that.
That had been caught, all of a sudden there'd be a bill passed and we're essentially screwed in the backcountry. I mean,
exactly.
So no, good catch.
Yeah, and all the other mountain communities who caught it and were able to oppose it and examine it as well. Pete, do you have any meetings?
I missed the meeting also, guilty. Yesterday, the AAA and I've been trying to push and sway and campaign for later in the afternoon meetings, but it's not happening. And, I'm 65, but I'm not retired, I still got work like the rest of you guys do. And it's the spring season, so I'm busy. So I missed the AAA. They're basically trying to get a new executive director and I'll make the next meeting and go from there. The other thing I have is on the going to the road and bridge is we did get another we got the Komatsu loader in. They're using it. If once they say they like it, but once they're gonna get together with Willie and all of us and we'll get some firm numbers from him. But if he can beat that Volvo number, then we can decide on what we're gonna do from there. So there's that. The other bad news is I just got yesterday the nice truck we got from the EPA is being sent today as we speak to Wagner Cat. It doesn't work. The pump doesn't work at all. It's hopefully just a PTO matter. Actually, they say the pump's not frozen, but they're hoping it's not a transmission problem to the PTO. Well, so I'll keep you posted on that. I'm gonna go ahead and call Daly if I got you guys' consensus, and just make her aware of this, that this she was in on the tail end of the order on this, and I mean, this is a truck we haven't even got to use.
Yeah.
So not real satisfied,
Yeah,
you know, to say the least.
2 years.
I mean, we need this stuff
Yeah,
and we need it to, you know, I mean, I know we got it for nothing, but if you can't use it, that's not much good, so we'll go from there. The only last thing I thought is maybe possibly, I'm getting cornered and corralled by, this veteran officer thing. If possibly Christina, I think is her name. Yes, if possibly we could get her on the agenda, Zoom next meeting and get more education on this, and then we can see what our options are. Would that be okay, Willie?
Yeah, that's fine. Dennis and I have been working on,
Oh,
on this a little bit.
okay, okay.
And, well, we didn't have. I mean, I didn't have, I don't know, Dennis, if you got anything you're ready to report on.
You know, just what we had talked about, we are exploring, whether we can piggyback off of Dolores County's, services officer and then, have an IGA with Dolores County possibly, to have a veterans transport person local. And then they would work for, San Juan County, and they would provide veterans transportation services from Silverton. And so they seemed receptive to that idea. And so Willie and I were sort of batting around what that might look like, but understanding that the key objective was keeping a veterans transport local to Silverton.
Yeah, I think that we all know the transportation issue.
Yeah.
And that's why we don't wanna, I think that's great to talk to Dolores instead of the
Yeah,
bottom.
well, you know, it's essentially if we can use another county to be the official.
Right,
be a-
20-hour thing,
Yeah.
but keep the transportation local.
Actually have a person local to transport people.
That would,
Get them to wherever they need to get.
right.
Type of thing.
It's my understanding that you can use any veteran services office anywhere they want. So even if our IGA was with Dolores County and it was just basically to facilitate having a local transport, it doesn't mean that we would have to transport anyone to Dolores County. The veterans would, I suppose, choose where they wanted to go. If they wanted to go to the Veteran Services office down in Durango or Montrose, or you know what I mean. So it's not linking us necessarily to receiving services in Dolores County either.
I think it's the main one is Junction. Where they want.
Junction for us
For the VA.
and Albuquerque.
Right.
And then I
Okay.
want to make sure we're not jumping the gun. Willie and I were still working through logistics, but and he was going to look into a few things, but I just wanted to let you know that Dolores County was receptive to exploring something like that.
Excellent. You know, if we're unable to keep a local veteran service officer here, I'd rather support another county that is in a similar situation too, than, you know, seeing them potentially lose that service too, so.
You know, another possible option would be, you know, that 13,000 instead, you know, that we're getting from veterans, basically enter into, you know, instead of specifying 20 hours a week type of thing. I mean, set up the job description, and again, I don't know if we can do this or not, but that essentially it's a salary position where we anticipate it's going to be 20 hours a week, though we don't really, you know, and pay them essentially $1,000 a month, and recognizing that.
Yeah,
right.
As a salary position, they may or may not put in that many hours, but
Okay.
But if we can use somebody, you know, another county to be our official person to sign off on the reports and get them submitted in, I think that might be the best way to go.
Yeah. I don't know how the veterans will feel about that. I think that they specifically want to have somebody in town to organize and I think it is more than a transportation issue for a lot of it, but it's also. If that's the biggest issue, I think it's transportation.
That's why I think if we could get her online, Zoom meeting, I mean, for next year.
Yeah.
If there's any education she can enlighten us with.
Yeah,
I guess my last issue is, and I just got a call while we're in the meeting from Stacy of Power Equipment Company. So as soon as I'm out of here, past lunch, I'm gonna call him. I'm, we tried the mobile loader and that was, it was okay, but if we can beat the price, we're gonna, because of the parts and service, we're gonna go elsewhere. The other thing of the parts and service that I'm gonna talk about is, guys, let's look at our watches on how long this trailer. It's more than a year now, I think.
Yeah,
It's a year and months
Trailer for road.
for Louis, for Road and
Yeah.
Bridge.
yeah,
Okay, they don't have a legal trailer even to get to Oprah.
yeah,
Okay, and I offered mine, but it's getting ridiculous and I'm less than satisfied. And if I got your permission, I'm gonna let Stacy and Pico know. We need that
Yeah.
trailer.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
yeah, I mean, I think.
I mean, this is getting,
We were, the lead time we were given was before the end of the year, correct?
correct.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we knew it was gonna.
We knew it was gonna take a while.
We knew, but I don't, this is one time I don't wanna hear COVID, okay? Tired of hearing that. They need to deliver,
Yeah,
and this isn't on our end, so, and then I'm gonna call daily on the truck and,
yeah,
so I'll be professional, not pleasant phone calls, but we'll make them just the same.
we need to
That's
get on the
sad.
hunt for newer used trailers.
Well, we've already got it. I think we already paid for it, haven't we?
No, we
We
didn't.
didn't, okay, well then,
Surprisingly,
instantly we can jump into that game.
surprisingly, I'm pretty sure, I have to double check, but surprisingly, they didn't want any money up front. We did,
Yeah, well,
usually they want, a portion before they go on the contract.
I'm hoping his call is that the trader's here, but I think he's just hounding me for the loader, but
Okay,
I'm just gonna, again, okay. Simply said, okay, you want us to buy a loader, but you haven't delivered on the trailer. How we doing?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Yeah. That's it.
Hey,
Scott,
Pete,
you okay? Consensus, allowing Pete to,
Oh, yeah.
beat the bush a little bit?
I have another question for Pete. Didn't you and Lisa meet with Louis? Did any of that stuff get resolved?
It did. That was actually, I should have mentioned that. That was a good meeting on Monday, in the shop. And, everybody was in attendance. We talked about the Vermillion and the road closure and it went decent. Yeah, it went okay. We delivered and she, again, she's not satisfied that he doesn't make commissioner meetings, and I said, look how easy this is. I mean,
Yeah,
we can-
absolutely.
They're all alternatives. We made this happen. It's not a hard thing. Yes, we can get him,
Thanks for-
it was successful.
Yeah, thank you, Pete.
Yeah,
That was a good way for her to find out that she could easily just go over there and meet with them.
and you know what, even if I'm not afraid, even if I have to go there with her every time, I don't mind it.
Sure.
If she feels she needs a buffer or whatever,
Yeah, well,
Um,
it keeps you informed too, so.
Right. She was, she touched on a little bit of right away on our roads. That didn't go that good, but want more permits from the BLM on that, and I gotta shut that down, but like I said, all in all, good professional
Nice.
meeting.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's all I got, gentlemen.
All right, well, yeah, unless you have anything else, then, or Dennis. Well, we can adjourn this meeting at 12:40 unless. You're good, Dennis?
I'm good to
All right.
Thumbs up.
Thanks, Dennis.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you guys so much.
All right, see you guys later.
We'll see you guys later.